Started with the second day of proceedings of the CII Telangana PackCON. To get started, may I request the inaugural speakers to take their seat on the podium. May I now invite Mr. R. Shivaprasad Reddy, Chairman of CII Telangana, Mr. Chakravarti AVPS, Chairman of CII Telangana PackCON, to come onto the stage, please. May I request Professor Reddanna Pallu, Executive President, FABA, Dr. Vinay Kumar Gupta, Assistant Drug Controller, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, to join us on the stage. May I also invite Mr. Venugopal Rao, Vice President, Medical Devices and Investments, Telangana Life Sciences, Government of Telangana, to come on stage. Dr. Girish Kapoor, Senior Vice President, India Site, United States, Pharmacia. Mr. Garrett, our friend from the British Deputy High Commissioner for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Ratnakar, to join us on the stage, please. To get started formally the inaugural session, may I request Mr. R. Shivaprasad Reddy, Chairman of CII Telangana, to give his opening remarks, please.
Okay. Great morning. Welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Professor Reddanna Pallu, Executive President, FABA.
Just welcome them all together.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. But today's second day of TG-PackCON 2025 Vision Edition. I hope all of you enriched and enjoyed yourself in yesterday's proceedings. In fact, I was here for half the day, but I watched on video, online, most of the programs. Very, very interesting programs. I hope today is also going to be very interesting because we have a very good line of speakers, and I wish you all the best, and I once again welcome all of you. Thank you.
Well, very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much, Chairman, for always behind us, motivating and supporting us every initiative here. And we are so glad to have you here on the inaugural of the day 2 as well. Thank you very much, Sri R. Shivaprasad Reddy Garu, for your kind encouragement and motivation. And thanks to my director, Mr. Sheikh Samyuddin, and especially Mr. Daniel Judge, who has been eyes and ears for the last 10 days on this program. And yesterday, you witnessed a transformation of the TG-PackCON. I think many of you were there right from the inaugural session where the people spoke on the 3 pillars of economic growth, where we talked about the food and agri, the backbone of the Indian economy, and the pharma life sciences, which I am very well physically and mentally connected with the sector. Some people might be laughing at it. But the third sector, phenomenally, the tech sector. You have young tech CEOs sitting in the audience already, and they are going to give their deliberations as well. The tech, the GCCs, the startups, FMCG, CPG, and so on. Well, It's my proud privilege to welcome all the dignitaries right from His Excellency Gareth Winnoven. He's a true motivator and a well-wisher and friend for industry, trade, and I always consider him, while he's an ambassador of United Kingdom in Hyderabad, he always feels that the mutual benefit always makes us happy. He's not selling UK anymore. His Prime Minister might be a little happy if I say that, but in reality, he's selling India to UK as well while doing the UK to India. I think one of the rare diplomats, this quality I have seen these days with my affinity to so many embassies. This is a rare phenomenon I observed in Gareth. And be it there, if any occasion in your home or any business event, if his calendar permits, he is always there. As promised, yesterday he flew from all the way last night, and he told during some part of the day I will drop in. Don't put me anywhere. But this morning, when I called up, he's already landed. Then he obliged our request to be there with the inaugural itself. Well, what should I say about Professor Redana Garu? Actually, the former Dean of Hyderabad Life Sciences, one of the very pioneers and mentor for so many academicians who have become entrepreneurs during this period of time. He is also one of the co-founder of BioAsia and currently executive director, holding the fort of Federation of Asian Biotech Associations. Today, it's making waves in the incubation, training, skill development, whatnot. And Dr. Kirish Kapoor actually is so important person. In fact, I asked him yesterday, why don't you join today, because it is more important for the day. Focused on pharma and life sciences, Dr. Girish Kapoor is the Senior Vice President, the India site operations, also the site head, and how critical it is, the directions and compliance and manufacturing directives when you export to USA specifically. I think USP he is heading, and we are so fortunate to have him here. And Dr. A.P. Rameswara Garu was here. Unfortunately, he had to leave because of an urgency at his home. But my sincere request and to all of you to connect with him as well. He told he's always available. He's recently elected as National President of Bulk Drug Manufacturers Association of India. And he was there as well. Mr. Venugopal Sankineni, what should I say? Actually, he foregone his big tickets. He's working for Sanofi, AstraZeneca, most importantly, Merck Healthcare, a master's in the New York Institute of Technology, and he came back from USA to serve the people of Telangana. And in the life sciences of Telangana, he's the vice president today, and he's looking after the medtech, medical devices, and other sectors as well. Thank you, sir, for honoring our request as well. And my dear friend, Dr. Ratnakar Palakodeti, what should I say, is a chemical man with the digital brains. So he was there as a head of global generics at Dr. Reddy's almost for 16 years, worked over there, and then he was heading the life sciences at Tech Mahindra, and later on moved on to Persistent, and currently he's the president at InnoMinds. Not only that, he's also spearheading as a CEO, General Secretary of Federation of Asian Biotech Association. So the one man I kept last because he's so important for us today, very dear friend and very connective to the industry, Dr. Vinay Kumar Gupta. He is Assistant Drug Controller, All India, Central Drug Standards Commission, CDSO. Give a round of applause for him, because today, I tell you what happened. Many of the people who are supposed to come in the morning itself, there is a new directive. At 9:45, we have to Acharan Vande Mataram in their respective places, the office places. So despite that, at 9:45, he did that with his colleagues, and immediately he rushed to this place. but his office is nearby. He's able to make it. All others, I think there are so many others joining. I'm getting umpteen messages from people. We'll be joining at 11:30, 11 o'clock or something like that. But sure, actually, we have so many people, dignitaries coming over in few minutes. The stage is bigger. I hope I have not forgotten anybody. And Mr. Samiuddin, of course, is there. Well, once again, I'll take few minutes, my dear friends, to apprise you what is on cards. Once again, good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. What an incredible day today. It's truly an honor. In fact, as I told you yesterday, what we started as a small initiative during COVID days as a virtual initiative 5 years ago, and we have transformed this into a multi-sector event. It's not a packaging event, as I told you. And on the three pillars, innovate, accelerate, and elevate, we are talking about all the three pillars which I told you already. And today, over the years, the platform has grown far beyond a simple packaging poem. It's evolved into a crucial, the strategic intersection, a place where science, technology, trade, and talent all meet and connect. And today's focus is pharma and life sciences. That's why we are here. And the future-ready economy, they couldn't be more relevant or urgent. So apart from the pharma and life sciences, we have a host of sessions that lead to international trade and collaborations. I'm going to tell you about that. Reimagining our global role. India's journey in pharmaceutical and life sciences has been nothing short of spectacular, as per me. We have come a long way, my dear friends. We are not just the pharmacy of the world anymore. We are rapidly becoming the global innovation hub for affordable, high quality and healthcare solutions. Look at our progress from vaccine leadership and biosimilars to cutting edge gene therapies and AI-driven. This is ruling today. Many of you in the audience are the captains of the digital technology, and we are going to embrace them also, know a lot from them also during the day. So the AI-driven drug discovery, our success story shows what happens when science meets sheer determination. But here is a critical question, my dear friends. What defines the next decade? These are all questions you have to pose to ourselves. It's our collective ability to sustain this momentum responsibly. It means embedding compliance, building digital trust, and committing to environmental stewardship in every single layer of our operations. Do you agree? The power of innovation and collaboration, we are talking about under the banner of a TG-PackCON. Thanks to the Confederation of Indian Industries for giving me this excellent opportunity to host this summit. This year, we have brought together an exceptional dynamic mix. The policymakers, global diplomats, industry captains, technologists, researchers, and startups. What a combination. Do you agree? We are all here united for one clear belief. Innovation is no longer a choice. It's our collective responsibility. Our discussion today will directly shape how India positions itself in the global life sciences value chain, from achieving regulatory harmonization and pushing for quality excellence to the inevitable rise of smart factories and intelligent packaging systems as well. We are privileged to hear from the thought leaders today, very soon, representing multiple associations of Drug Manufacturing Association, FABA, CDSO, USP, and all the key international partners, including the UK, Turkey, Australia, Netherlands, and Canada in the afternoon as well. Each one brings a unique and vital lens on trade, compliance, and future-forward innovation, my friends. Well, innovate, accelerate, and elevate. I'll take another 2 minutes. Our theme for TG-PackCON 2025 is Innovate, Accelerate, and Elevate. Perfectly captures the spirit of transformation we are witnessing across India. Well, innovate, because the boundaries between pharma, biotech, and packaging are dissolving, making room for smarter systems and sustainable design as well. Accelerate, because the speed of the change in healthcare delivery, AI-led research, and cross-border collaboration demands total agility. And then finally, elevate, because we must ensure every innovation translates into tangible impact for our patients. That's the ultimate goal. Our consumers and our planet also, responsibly. The new triad, science, strategy, and skill, today the backbone of this summit, is what defines a truly future-trade economy. And circularity and our future workforce, a future-ready economy cannot, however, be built on linear thinking. The fireside chat later today on pioneering circularity and sustainable design, featuring people from Procter & Gamble and Bayer Life Sciences, the dignitaries have come. They are going to enthrall us, featuring a powerful reminder of this fact as well. Sustainability is not just a department, it's a mindset. Our sectors, packaging and life sciences, are perfectly positioned to lead this massive shift through materials innovation and eco-design. And finally, the most critical pillar, the skill development. Today afternoon we are going to witness. The session focuses on innovation ecosystems, the future-ready talent, because no matter how advanced our technology is, it is the people, the scientists, engineers, data experts, and technicians who will ultimately define India's place on the global healthcare map. The collaboration between academia, industry, and the government agencies like TASC, IIP, FABA, BDMA, FOP, and so many other organizations. Pharmaxil, in fact, he is joining in the afternoon, the Director General, and is already showing the seeds for the transformation. Let's continue to invest deeply in skill and mentorship, ensuring that innovation in India is not just by chance, but truly by design. The silent backbone of the trust, and I'll be doing an injustice if I'm not talking about packaging. While today's focus is broad, let's not forget our foundation of the packaging remains the silent backbone of quality, safety, and patient trust. Whether it is smart packaging, smart labeling, active moisture control technologies, or digital traceability systems, these are not just packaging trends. They are pharma enablers. As someone who has lived and worked in this intersection for the last 40 years, I can tell you with conviction, the future of health safety begins with the package. A different global movement, my dear friends. The next decade is absolutely India's defining moment in life sciences and manufacturing. With the right blend of policy, innovation, and strong partnerships, we can lead not just in volume, but in value as well, and vision. Our aim must be singular: to become the most trusted source of affordable, high quality, and sustainable healthcare products for the world. TG-PackCON has always been about connecting the dots and creating clear direction. Today, as we bring together the best of science, policy, business, and youth, we are shaping more than just packaging or pharma. We are shaping the future of trust, transparency, and technology in human well-being. Let's use this platform to exchange bold ideas, challenges old assumptions, challenging old assumptions, and build collaborations that last far beyond committees and conferences. Thank you very much. Let's innovate fearlessly, accelerate responsibly, and elevate globally. I wish everyone an incredibly engaging and impactful day ahead. Thank you very much for listening to the initial remarks, my dear friends. Now, may I request Professor Redanna Pallu garu giving his few minutes of message for us. Over to you, Redanna garu.
So, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished participants and other invitees, very good morning. And let me first thank the organizers, specifically Mr. Chakravarti, for giving me the opportunity to interact with you all at this TG-PackCON. And the entire summit is focused on packaging, but specifically he wanted me to talk on healthcare innovations that are happening here. Packaging. So, as you see, if the healthcare industry is rapidly changing the scenario from one drug fits all to personalized medicine, from small molecule to large molecules, cell and gene therapies, genome editing technologies. So that is where rapidly the healthcare industry is moving. innovation is very critical. Even though we are the bulk drug capital, the vaccine capital, and are involved in IT industry, but still if you see in the total healthcare bioeconomy, India's share is only 0.3%. So we are involved in the high value, low value products where there is enormous competition. The money, real money is lying in the innovation, innovative product. You might have seen the one drug in 1 year, less than a year, making $3 billion. And that is where it is happening. And of course, the industry is also catching up. The pharma industry is moving towards the biopharma. And in fact, there is no difference. All pharma are involved in now biopharma also. They came, and again, similar, biosimilars. From generics to biosimilars kind of thing. And there is need for us to elevate to the next level. And now from biosimilars or biologics, there is more and more focus on cell-based therapies, CAR-T therapy, and gene therapies. These are all personalized kind of medicines, and also coming up with the genome editing technologies. And when this is evolving like this, there is need for skilled manpower. And that kind of skilled manpower is not catching up with the pace at which the industry is transforming. It is very easy. Chemistry, we are masters, but not with reference to the protein-based or cell-based therapies. And that is where the gap that is existing. The Federation of Asian Biotech Association is focusing on these aspects, specifically promoting innovative culture, bringing academy and industry together. FABA was started way back in 2004 to provide a platform for the academy and industry to come together. And we started BioAsia as a global biobusiness forum, mainly to bring the people from academy, industry, and government. And for the past 21 years, I think it is growing enormously, and many of you might have witnessed how the BioAsia is going. So what FABA is doing is conducting innovation cluster meetings, taking the academic institutional head leaders to industry, like Genome Valley we conducted one, bringing the industry leaders to academic institutions. We have conducted one such event at University of Hyderabad. And we have done not only in Hyderabad, but also Mumbai-Pune Innovation Cluster very recently we have done. So this is where we are trying to bring and showcase the expertise that is available at academic institutions and infrastructure that is available so that the industry can utilize those kind of talent and infrastructure and come with innovative products. So that is one aspect where FABA is now focusing on. The second one I was mentioning about the skill development, even Chakravarti also was mentioning about the skill development. And in that, the FABA started FABA Academy. And this is mainly focusing on 1 month long skill development program on the course designed by the industry, supported by the industry. And it is happening right here in Hyderabad. And we have already trained several batches of students. And very soon we are going to start on cell and gene therapies and genome editing technologies also in the coming year. And this is all supported by the industry. And I urge the industry people to come and utilize this opportunity. And we are bringing the experts from the academy and industry together to train them. But I think I urge Chakravarti and other industry leaders to pass on this message and then utilize this opportunity that we are providing. It is not only just for the graduates who are coming out of the colleges and universities, but there is need for upskilling of the workforce that you have in the industries. And the third one that where the FABA is focusing is on the startup, promoting the startup ecosystem. A large number of startups have come up with the hype that was created in life sciences also. And today, there are 70,000 or 80,000 startups are there. We just heard that there are about 11,000 startups which have closed their shops. They are coming to a particular level, but going beyond is going to be a much bigger problem. They do not know the problem, the regulatory path that is existing, and many of the startups are facing such kind of problems. They come to a level, and then they thought the next level will be easy. That is not the case, specifically with the healthcare industry, biotechnology startups. And many of them are closing their shops. And that is where FABA, one is the most important thing is for their next level of development, funding is the place. So FABA started a kind of whale tank event for much big ticket funding. And so we have conducted several of them. And on November 14th at Indian School of Business, there is one event, a whale tank event that is happening where we have identified the potential startups across the country. Out of them, we have shortlisted 20 of them and then showcasing the world where VCs, not only VCs, but also industry leaders also. So that these are the technologies that are there, showcasing them, and many of the industries, pharma and biotech industries, can avail that opportunity. I take this opportunity to invite industry leaders also to join on 14th November. And so these are some of the, in addition to these, and there are a number of issues on which connected to the healthcare industry where FABA is coming up with policy recommendations to the government. Well, in fact, during COVID time, there was a problem of supply chain challenges, and we have specifically with cold chain requirement that is required, that is for mRNA vaccines and other kind of things. We had the industry leaders and those who are involved in the packaging industry and others, and we had a series, and also innovators who have come up with so that kind of packaging or other technologies for supply chain challenges. And another most important thing is the regulatory issues. I was talking to Vinay Kumar also about this one. Many of these startups are coming up with innovative technologies, but they are going to the next level is a big problem. I will just give an example. During COVID time, in fact, one of the startup incubated at University of Hyderabad, the incubation center, came up with no antibody-based detection kit for the COVID. And at a fraction of cost, with 50 to 60 rupees, he was proposing this kind of testing kit. He could not get the regulatory clearances despite the FABA, BIRAC, and many other support from the CDCSO. And many such problems are there in the regulatory issues. In fact, we had a meeting with the industry leaders, startups, and academic institutions, and came up with the recommendations and then passed on. Similarly, GM crops. Throughout, except the BT cotton, there is no other crop that is approved by the government of India. And the farmers are denied the opportunity of having these technologies. And that is where we had a meeting and came up with the recommendations and then passed on. So many such kind of activities are being taken up, and we would like the support from CII and FICCI and other organizations also in these activities. And Let me first thank Chakravarti for giving the opportunity to interact with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Reddana Pallu Garu. I request all the industry members here to make use of FABA's facilities. Now I request Dr. Vinay Kumar Gupta, Assistant Controller, CDSCO, to give his address, please.
Good morning. Thanks, Dr. Chakravarti Garu and all the teams of CII for inviting me. Actually, they went to invite my boss. My boss is in Delhi, so he sent me. Thanks. Before going for my talk, I would like to give one thing that FABA has raised one query that issues with the regulatory pathways. To minimize that issues, we have a system of PRO, Public Relations Officer, at each offices of CDSCO, and Hyderabad, we are open from 3 to 5 all the working days for the issues, whatever. It may be startups, it may be all the problems, whatever, you can come and meet to the senior officials. So that's where we can help to FABA and all the industries. Second, today's this topic, pharma and life sciences for economic growth. Really, whenever there is a recession, pharma is always going up. And during my tenure in CDSCO from 2010 onwards, I have seen this is continuously growing. Why I came in CDSCO? Because there was a recession in 2009. And I was thinking that my salary may be stopped. At that moment, there was a UPSC advertisement. I filled form. Fortunately, I got selected. So pharma is always there. It was there. It is here, and in future, till we are here, earth is there, pharma will be there. And most of the economies of the world, I am every day processing around 40 applications, an average of export NOCs in the state of Telangana. And not a single country is live by the formulation manufacturers, API manufacturers of Telangana. We are, means from Telangana, API and formulations are going each and every corner of the world. So that is the economic growth, definitely. There are few issues with current US government. You people might be knowing. Day before yesterday what happened, you also knowing. Some good filmmaker son, everyone knows about that. So pharma industry will be there. With respect to growth, there is the employment. Lot of people are getting employment due to pharma industry. Investment and innovations are going on. Recently, Government of India, Department of Science, they announced the invention of one of the antimicrobials. So probably it may take a few times for clinical trials and it may come in the market. That will be another boost. Exports I already discussed. There are some government initiatives. You already know about PLI schemes to give the boost for the pharmaceutical industries. Recently, day before yesterday, and that our director sir came from Ministry of Health and Government of India. He told that we are going to start inspections on the foreign lands also, because whatever we are importing, we should take care of that also. Whatever they are doing, they are manufacturing, just like US FDA in morning, they are coming into pharma industries that we are from US FDA, we want to inspect you. So like that, we have already RBI risk-based inspections. And after this cough syrup, more than 50% of manufacturers going for stop production orders. Yesterday, the Telangana government has already issued 3 stop production orders for the manufacturing units, which are not meeting the criteria of good manufacturing practices as per the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. I would say that CDSCO, Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, is keeping pace to meet the requirements of industry. There are already some changes with the export NOCs. Earlier it was quantity based upon the purchase order. Now we are giving on the annual basis whatever you can want, you can manufacture. Once you will export, there will be a deduction from your quantity, whatever you have received from initial at step 1. Likewise, there is a dual use NOC systems we have incorporated in system, and need not to come to our office. It's totally a faceless things. But in case of any challenge, you can come and meet to our office in between 3 to 5. I think it's already delayed. So thank you very much for my side, sir. Thanks for invitation.
Thanks for
Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Venugopal Rao Garu to give his address, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, CII Telangana Chakravarti Garu, inviting me to this summit and being part of this event today. My name is Venugopal, and I work for Telangana Life Sciences, Vice President. And my role is for the state government investment promotions in pharma sector, medical devices, and also ecosystem development and mentoring startups. And also working with the infrastructure projects for the industry. So I've been in this position from past 1+ years. And again, it's an honor to be here. And because today's session is about pharma life sciences growth. And you are all aware of Hyderabad is the pharma world, actually. So just want to share some of the growth we have done from past decade related to Telangana Life Sciences Foundation. So we emerged as a powerhouse of India's life science sector, and the foundation is instrumental in driving the R&D agenda and ensuring that we not only remain a hub for large-scale manufacturing, but also evolve into the global leader in research, innovation, and cutting-edge technology. So our strategy is built on 4 key pillars. One is attracting investments. Next is fostering innovation and developing a skilled workforce and upgrading the infrastructure. So you guys may already know we have a Genome Valley for pharma life sciences, and also we have another industrial park, Sultanpur Medical Device Park, which is India's largest medical device park. We hosted right now 30 companies which are currently operating, and another 30 yet to be commissioned. So we are basically, our vision is go beyond the pharmacy of the world through the foundation. We are transforming Telangana into an innovation-driven ecosystem. So in Hyderabad, right now we host over 20 life sciences and medtech incubators, providing a platform for entrepreneurs, researchers, and startups to bring new ideas to life. So these incubators are basically bridging the gap between cutting-edge science and real-world applications. So nurturing breakthroughs that can change the future of the medicine and healthcare. So Telangana widely recognized as a ease of doing business, and you may already heard about TG-PackCON. It's a single window system where industrialist can come and apply the application, and everything will be done hassle-free environment. The allocation and the DPR validation processing everything will done online. Any assistance required, we are there to help. So that's why we attract so many companies in Hyderabad. And also, we are very supportive to the MSME enterprises. They are the backbone of the industrial growth. So Telangana got extended strong support to MSMEs. So some of the incentives we have for MSMEs is 50% investment subsidy on fixed capital for micro and small industries, 100% reimbursement on stamp duty on land purchases, and 50 to 75% reimbursement on state GST over 7 years. So in addition, we provide power subsidies at like 1 rupee per unit for next 5 years, and also 50% reimbursement on skilling costs. So these are the measures that startups and small firms have the resources and confidence to grow along the global giants. And moreover, we are also focusing on two main areas. One is artificial intelligence and digital health. So we believe the future of life sciences lies at the intersection of biology and technology. So Telangana is placing strong emphasis on integrating AI and machine learning into drug discovery, diagnostics, and clinical trials. So to accelerate this program, the foundation and the government are supporting startups in digital health space, and also we have created a digital health data exchange platform for startups. This platform basically it's a collective of government departments' data. So we have data already. And that you can run a model, especially artificial intelligence startup companies, they can use the data. So we are providing this platform to all the startups. And you may be aware we have a big ecosystem here, T-Hub, T-Works. If somebody wanted to do prototype, MVP product, they can utilize the services as T-Works. There are a lot of mentorship and cohort services available in T-Hub. There are a lot of plug-and-play facilities from the government on a discounted rate as well available. So the government intention is to develop the ecosystem and build a culture, a startup culture in Telangana. So that's where we are. Government is striving to do bring more facilities, build more ecosystem around it. And also, we are focusing on medtech industry. So right now, it is like a $14 billion industry. And as you all know, India is importing almost 70% of medical devices. So there is a lot of growth available. And the past 3 to 4 years, the medical industry is growing around 14% per year. And so it is like after IT boom, next sector is the medical devices. So there's a lot of opportunities available. And so for that reason, we are also extending the medical device park phase 2. And also we want to build another medical device cluster in the future city. We want to encourage the medical industry. And we have, Hyderabad is a medical tourism hub as well. So we are working with hospitals like AIG and Apollo to bring, everybody like clinicians and infrastructure, everything together under one platform to promote the medical device industry in Hyderabad. And also we are establishing labs like biocompatibility, biomaterial, and microbiology, clean rooms, testing facility, also working on it. So these are some of the measures on behalf of government we are taking. And so we want to encourage all Telangana-based pharma and medtech companies to take advantage of these opportunities and showcase their presence. So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting.
Thank you, Venkata, for explaining what is available in Telangana state and what is the vision of Telangana state government. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Girish Kapoor, Senior Vice President, India Site Operations and Site Head, United States Pharmacopoeia.
Good morning, everyone, and it's such an honor and privilege to be among the esteemed dignitaries who are present here among them. First of all, a big thank you to Chakravarti Garu and all the organizing team for having me here, and so that US Pharmacopoeia can be a part of discussion for the pharma and the life sciences sector. I think I will start with giving an overview about the Indian pharma market, and Chakravarti Garu went through some of the numbers. So around 55 billion in total, more than half of it, around 26-27 billion is in exports, and then rest of it is for domestic. Sorry, 30 now. So it's more than 50% anyway in 30 as well, and 40% of the generics in US. So they come from India. 20% of the global generics demand, and also the largest vaccine manufacturer, and also India is the largest hub for approved manufacturing plants by US FDA outside of US. So that number is, I think, around 600 plus. And out of that, in Andhra and Telangana combined together, we have more than 50% of the overall approved US FDA facilities in India. So what does that mean? I think that means that overall Telangana is playing a very important part in the Indian pharma market, and the projections are that this market will grow around 2 to 2.5 times in the next 5 years, around 120 to 130 billion by 2030. And I think all those aspirations, whether we are right now at third position in terms of volume or 13th in terms of value, and I think Professor Radhanna also talked about how we can drive more innovation, and so that we can rise up the value chain rather than only rising up in terms of the numbers and becoming number one in volume. So I think that shift in mindset also has to come, as India is already known as pharmacy of the world. And of course, the Ayushman Bharat, Bharat Digital Mission, Jan Aushadhi, all programs are supporting this mission and vision. But I think one of the basic things, as more and more global expectations around access and affordability is becoming more and more prominent, we should focus on one critical question: is are we having the medicines which are of the highest quality? So that's the only thing I think which can drive us up the value chain, and consistent quality will make us the leader in the entire global pharma market, which is around 1.5 trillion USD at this point of time. And I'm glad, Dr. Vinay, you mentioned about the DGEG and also the risk-based inspection. So thank you for that, because we need to talk more about the public health issues. And a few years ago and more recently, as we have seen, tragic lives of children have been lost because of this tragic incident, and that's again attributed to poor quality. And there may be multiple reasons, whether it was the supply chain or inadequate testing of excipients or multiple other factors which have eventually contributed. But I think while we talk about big numbers, and of course the theme of today's conference also resonates very much in terms of innovate, accelerate and elevate, but I think we should also keep on focusing parallel on doing the basics right, on having the right quality in place, so that we can make the medicine available at the right time to the right patient with the right quality. So that's very important, and as all of us know, quality cannot be an afterthought. It's not an act, it's a habit. So you have to inculcate that, and then in such a highly regulated sector. So that's the only thing which would build trust further globally for Indian pharma market. Dr. Radhanna already mentioned about startups and how FABA is supporting, and I think the role of pharmacopoeias also has been very pivotal, whether it is regulatory harmonization or further building up trust in medicines, because the pharmacopoeial standards, and since I work for USP, and which is one of the most trusted pharmacopoeias across the world, we have been there for 205 years. FDA came in 1906, but we came in 1820, and that's also something to note for, because we have been there for more than 2 centuries, and quality and compliance have been one of our key focus areas, apart from the other things which we see in the landscape today. And I think technology already we have talked about, so I will not go into the detail, whether it is AI or talking about advanced manufacturing, how it is impacting our day-to-day operations, whether it is in R&D or QC or manufacturing or report writing. I think every aspect of pharma value chain will be impacted by technology. It's already getting impacted, and you will see a more drastic impact in the next, say, 5 to 8 years. And I think then the pricing pressures, we also heard about tariffs, and that is an ongoing thing. While generics are out of the US tariffs as of now, but of course we need to move up the value chain so that we can rather than only focusing on the Me Too products, we can also have the innovative medicines. The other thing which is part of USP's 2030 strategy as well is the supply chain resilience. And I think in pharma, I would say if there are 1,000 products, so there are 1,000 supply chains. And for every ingredient, raw material or RSM, which we procure from different vendors. So we have to ensure that those are of the right quality before it is actually used as an input material for the final drug product, because eventually it goes to someone who is a patient, and that patient can be us also tomorrow. Some of our family members, some of our friends, some of our relatives. So always keep the patient in mind and think about the highest quality and compliance for any of the pharma products. So USP as an organization doesn't manufacture medicines. We don't regulate them either. But I think what we do provide is the science behind each and every step of pharma value chain, whether it is reference standards or validated methods. We do a lot of work with several public health organizations in terms of capacity building. In fact, we are training regulators as well, drug inspectors. We had several programs run in various states for training the drug inspectors. We also are in collaboration with FABA, University of Hyderabad, and several NIPERs and the low and middle income countries, where we do a lot of regulatory capacity building apart from bridging the gap between academia and industry, so that the skill force can be well equipped enough before they are stepping into the industry. And happy to share that Hyderabad is the largest hub for US pharmacopoeia outside of US. Our headquarters are in Maryland, but there are only 2 lab facilities for USP globally. One in US and the other one is in Hyderabad. There are several offices across the globe, but the science runs only in India outside of US. So that's the beauty, and we work very closely with the US FDA as well. And a totally independent organization, fully science-based, not a part of the US government, not a part of US FDA. So I would close by saying that I think all of us are part of that process where we would ensure that excellence does not happen by accident, but it's a journey, and be a part of that process, not only just as professional, but also as champions of global public health. And that's very important, because always keep the patient in mind. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Girish Kapoor. Now I request Mr. Garrett, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission, to speak.
Lovely to see you all this morning, and I'm sorry we're slightly behind time, so I will try to be succinct with my remarks. And first of all, I've got two thanks to say this morning. First of all, thanks to CII, thanks to Chakravarti for inviting me. This is the second time I've been to this event. Hopefully I'm still here next year to make it a hat-trick. Then I'd also like to thank Dr. Kapoor, because he mentioned the word tariffs. And this is a lovely segue to what I'd like to talk about. Hopefully you're all aware that in July this year, our two Prime Ministers agreed the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. A groundbreaking agreement for both India and the UK. And why is it important? And why did I thank Dr. Kapoor? Because, of course, it's about tariffs. It's about reducing tariffs. It's also about reducing red tape. It's all about harmonisation of standards. And one of the key sectors where we see there's a brilliant growth potential is in the life sciences sector, whether it's pharmaceutical, whether it's medical devices. This FTA will help improve the business links between the UK and India in those areas. You heard about, I think, exports are worth 30 billion? Was that the figure? 30 billion?
30, yeah.
30 billion. Exports to the UK at the moment are about 3% of that 30 billion.
It's increasing.
Which is going to increase more. And it's going to increase even further under the FTA. Because as I said, it's not only going to reduce tariffs, it will reduce red tape, and it will improve harmonisation between the Indian system and the UK system. So that hopefully will be good news for everyone in this room. Because there is massive potential, especially on medical devices. India is showing itself as a great innovator in the area of medical devices. The UK has a long history of innovation in medical devices. This FTA means that we can work together to provide not only pharmaceutical products for the world, but medical devices for the world. There is a lot of potential to grow the links in the area of life sciences. I also want to talk about, I don't know how many people in the room are still focused on packaging, but the FTA also covers some key areas there and key areas for growth. Let me just turn my notes around. We've agreed under the FTA to work together in a number of areas, especially on issues for barriers for trade. And part of that is packaging. We're going to improve labelling together. We're going to improve recycling together. And we're going to harmonise, and there's going to be harmonisation of our standards. Which means trade between the UK and India will become simpler. But also we see it as an opportunity for Indian businesses to improve the standardisation of their packaging and labelling, not only for the UK market, but for the global market as well. So it benefits not only the UK and India trade, but it also will benefit India's trade globally, which is fantastic news. And that is why at the beginning I talked about how the FTA that the UK and India signed in July is groundbreaking. It's the broadest and deepest either country has ever signed. And we're really pleased about that. And I encourage you all, please take advantage of the free trade agreement. It is an excellent opportunity to grow even deeper the trade and investment links between the UK. And also to finish off, the title of this conference is Innovation, Accelerate, Elevate. That beautifully talks about the FTA as well, especially on the innovation side as well. The FTA includes a lot on innovation, so also please take advantage of it, because there is massive potential of growing what is already a fantastic relationship between businesses in the UK and businesses in India. Our trade is worth over our bilateral trade at the moment is worth over £42 billion, and that's going to keep growing and growing, and the FTA will help accelerate that. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garat, for explaining about FTA between India and UK. Now I request Dr. Ratnakar, President Innoments, to speak.
I think it's still good morning. Very good morning to all of you. And thank you, CII, for inviting me to this session. Big thanks to, once again, our good friend Chakravarti Garu for leading this fabulous and fantastic program. The reason of these two adjectives are, I think today when we sit in this forum, I think it is very apt to look at the theme of the day, which is Summit for Economic Growth. And I think that's what we heard from all the speakers before me, where the country is poised towards the economic growth. I felt today I should also talk to you about one of the very important and major initiative taken by Government of India. Fortunately, I am part of the committee which is driving this initiative, and I'll spend about 2 minutes to talk to you about this and why it is relevant for today's theme, and why the Indian pharmaceutical industry can take the best advantage of the new policy which came up from Government of India. I'm sure most of you heard from Honorable Prime Minister on the Red Fort talking about Bio E3 policy, which is nothing but biotechnology for economy, environment, and employment. That is the policy which, under the ambit of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India has initiated that. This is a very unique policy which came up. Reason why I used unique is because it has got the elements of the entire ecosystem to come together. It is not just the government, it is not just the academia, it is not just the research institutes, it is not just the startups. This policy is helping the entire ecosystem to come together. So that's the beauty of this policy, and the policy is going to drive the sustainable biomanufacturing in the country. That's the first important initiative. It's also revolving around the green economy. That's what the theme of the day today is, sustainable economic growth. More importantly, it is actually helping innovation. That's everything I think everyone in the room is really looking forward. And of course, in terms of bringing the ecosystem together. And this is one important policy which is helping the industry at large, making all the ecosystem players to kind of use this platform. It is actually revolving around 6 thematic areas. Fortunately, life sciences is one of them, because we all know that the projections for the Indian biotech industry is going to be about $300 billion by 2030. Towards that, I think this policy is going to be one of the important platforms towards the goal which industry has taken for itself. With that, we are going to see the bio-manufacturing facilities, bio-foundries, bio-AI hubs in the country in the next couple of months. With that, what we have been talking about, the importance of artificial intelligence, importance of machine learning, driving the innovation for the biotechnology is really taking its shape. And glad that it is not just limiting to only one part of the ecosystem, but the central government itself driving this initiative is actually a blessing for the Indian pharmaceutical industry, more importantly the biotechnology industry. So with that, I'm sure I know we are running late, but I would be more than happy to share with you more details of that, because this is definitely one of those path-breaking policies which government has actually brought up and most of us are going to be beneficiaries of this policy. And a lot of governments, a lot of academic institutes, a lot of research institutes, and many startups have joined this kind of momentum of this Bio E3. And more we will be seeing in a couple of years, such hubs, which is going to be a platform for all of us, the industry. It is not limiting to any specific individuals, any specific ecosystem players, but it is going to be available for everyone to go and leverage that. Because today, I think what is limiting from us from innovation is only limit to that access. I think you heard from everyone that each of the enabling systems are helping the innovation at a larger play. And now glad that even the government of India is also coming in and playing that role. So with that, I think we are well set for the larger dream of the Vikasit Bharat, or the Make in India as the theme which we are all looking towards. And I'm sure that some of these policies will help each one of us in a larger way, and make us a little more stronger in this space going forward. With that, again, thank you all for the time, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Ratnakar Garu. Momentous, please.
Thank you all the dignitaries once again on behalf of my chairman R. Sivaprasad Reddy Garu and the entire team of CII and also CII TG-PackCON. I know we are a little running short, but we quickly break for 10 minutes for a coffee, and I request all of you to also make use of this time to interact with His Excellency Mr. Gareth Owen. I request all the dignitaries stay for up till lunch at least to make use of the wonderful technical sessions also immediately. So before that, can I have the, okay.
Thank you.
Tell the names also.
Yes. My colleague will invite you. Okay, sure. There's an event at the Taj Deccan on the 12th in the afternoon for the nutraceutical delegation. So it's not you, maybe it's someone else. And whilst they're focused on the export, as discussed earlier, we want to be Apollos in medical science.
Your Excellency.
Thanks, Gareth. Tom. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Venugopal Sankanin. Thank you, sir, for coming. Friends, we break for coffee very quickly, and I request all of you to come back because there are very good technical sessions. Mr. Tushar Jare from Origin, very enterprising presentation is going to make. And Dr. Suresh Pati, the head of Operation Excellence in Granules. There's so many people. There are very good presentations. Please stay back. Come quickly on that.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. Now, before diving into the innovations in the active packaging, let's first understand what is active packaging. The active packaging is a smart packaging solution that enhances the shelf life of your product if used in a correct scientific manner. Now, as we work in pharmaceutical industry, when we develop a product, there may be certain issues that might face. Those issues may be the oxidation, the mold and the fungus generation, the malodor issue, or the color and the texture change. Now, behind these issues, there are two main root causes. First, the moisture, and second, the oxygen. Silicon, being an active packaging innovator and manufacturer, we do have solutions regarding these issues available at our end. But today, let's talk about certain concerns and the solutions available at Silicon which are patented. The first major issue that we face with the soft and the hard gelatin capsules is the over-desiccation and the over-moistureness. Now, for this issue, our conventional active packaging solutions such as silica gel, molecular sieve might not work. Now, to overcome this issue, we have developed a product, AccuFlip. AccuFlip is an ERH regulator, that is the equilibrium relative humidity regulator. It maintains the RH, that is the relative humidity, into a specific range in a sealed packaging environment. On your right hand side, you can see there is a hygrometer. The orange region shows the dry condition and the blue region shows the moisture condition. Between those areas, the green region shows in which the product is being stable. Now that's exactly where AccuFlip steps in. It maintains the RH of the product into a specific range throughout its shelf life. Thus, this eliminates the risk of the over-desiccation, that is the brittleness of the capsules and the over moistureness. Moving on, I would like to bring your attention to another major issue, that is the black spots, that is the dusting issue on the tablets. This issue happens when we use the activated carbon inside the canister. Now, the activated carbon is used when the product is facing issue of malodor. Now, this contributes to major customer queries or market complaints. Now, to understand this and to overcome this issue, we developed product that is the Frexil canister series. The Frexil of two types. First, the type C, that is absorbing the odor. Second is type Y, that is doing the dual function, also absorbing the odor as well as the moisture. Now, what we have done is, we have taken the activated carbon, filled those tablets inside the canister. So, this eliminates the risk of black spotting in the tablets as well. Now, moving on, what happens if we use a desiccant and an oxygen together? So, as I talked earlier, that the issues that might happen with the product, that is the oxidation or the change in the texture or the color of the product, there are two main root causes. First, the moisture. Second, the oxygen. Now, over the period of time, we have observed that some products are sensitive to both, that is oxygen as well as the moisture. Now, the conventional solutions available in the market, that is the oxygen absorber, when was used with the desiccant in the same packaging bottle, it required a little amount of moisture to get activated. Now, this contributed to product performance delay. Now, to overcome this, we developed a product by understanding the issue, the Oxabide OVC. The Oxabide OVC is a self-activator and the self-activated oxygen absorber. So, when it is kept with the moisture absorber, that is the desiccant, in the same packaging bottle, they work seamlessly together. They does not hamper the activity of each other. So, it reduces the oxygen up to 0.1% inside the sealed packaging environment. Thus, this inhibits the growth of aerobic microorganisms inside the packaging. Now, moving to laser printed canister by Silicon. So, here is the video. Now, the question is, why choose laser printed canister? First, it gives more cleaner look, more aesthetic look. Second, more customization is available. That is, if you require any language that you might require to get printed on the laser printed canister, can be done. And if you also require the do not eat sign on the canister, it can be also done. There is no adhesives and ink involved in this. So, by adopting this technology, we eliminate the risk of the label peeling off from the canister as well. Now, as I've discussed certain issues and the solutions available at Silicon, now let me show you where these products are made and how this facility works. So here is the short company video.
Silicon, a global leader in active packaging, offering some of the most efficient active packaging solutions to enhance the shelf life of pharmaceutical and food products. Established in 2011, Silicon, in less than a decade, has grown from being an indigenous player to a global multinational company with their presence in the US. From a single facility of 10,000 square feet manufacturing only desiccants, Silicon today has over 100,000 square feet of space and producing a variety of active packaging products. Silicon's fourth manufacturing facility that was inaugurated in 2021 is the largest active packaging manufacturing facility in India. Continuous research, development and innovation is at the heart of Silicon's accelerated growth and success. Trusted by customers across continents, the global manufacturer continues to develop new active packaging solutions to protect efficacy and shelf life of pharmaceutical products and packaged food. Given its research prowess, over 10 patents have been filed for Silicon's active packaging solutions. Product safety is non-negotiable at Silicon. The highest level of care and precaution is taken to ensure safety during manufacturing, storage, and transport of its active packaging products. All products are manufactured in ISO 8 classified clean rooms. The in-house quality control team ensure top-notch quality of raw materials and finished products. The testing is done as per the current US pharmacopoeia testing standards. Silicon holds Type 3 Drug Master File with US FDA, Master File with Health Canada, and production is carried out at dedicated CGMP ISO 15378 certified facilities. That's not it. Along with product safety, Silicon is also committed to providing its clients prompt customer service and guidance in active packaging, making it a preferred partner amongst global food and pharmaceutical companies. And all this wouldn't be possible without the committed and dedicated efforts of the team at Silicon. Led by Manish Jain, Silicon's team has been the backbone behind Silicon's truly revolutionary journey. Silicon. Give a lifeline to your product.
By choosing right active packaging at right time, you can give lifeline to your products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shah, for that interesting session. May I please present you with a moment of our token of our appreciation. We shall now move on to the next session on smart therapies and smarter factories, from gene therapy to intelligent manufacturing and packaging breakthroughs. May I please invite the speakers onto the stage, Dr. Tathagata Datta, President and Chief Technology Officer, Jotus Expoint Private Limited, Dr. Suresh Pati, Head of Operations Excellence, Granules India Limited, and Mr. Tushar Zadeh, I apologize, CIO and CDO, Origin Pharmaceutical Services Limited. Onto the stage, please.
Thank you, organizers, for organizing this wonderful conference, and Thank you to my elder brother, Mr. Chakravarti AVPS Garu and Daniel for this thing. But we are running short of time. I was supposed to make a presentation, and so are the other speakers, but today we'll have a quick panel discussion so as to make free our learned and esteemed speakers within the time. So I have here with me Mr. Tushar Jade and Dr. Suresh Patia as well. So I'll in brief, I'll start with the theme which I was asked to talk about, that is gene therapy, and the theme of this session, gene therapy and oligonucleotide therapy, the role of packaging. So, you know, it was a 15 minutes presentation, condense it into a few words. It is something like how is gene therapy and packaging interrelated? So I was going through the presentation of some of the previous speakers, and they talked about temperature, light, and all those things. But for gene therapy, most important thing is obviously temperature, though some of the products like oligonucleotides, antisense oligonucleotides, they are stable even at the temperature which is, you know, even char a human body, that is 1500 degrees centigrade temperature. And there are mRNAs which can be stored at minus 70 degrees centigrade only. So these things has to be taken into consideration. But the most important consideration which we take care while packaging of a genetic material, the nucleotides, because the nucleotides are usually you know, negatively charged, made up of nucleic acids. So they have an inherent tendency of interacting with the positively charged material, especially the metal ions. And, you know, and they form the clusters. And this actually is a reason for most of the cases where we have the rejections. And if we talk about this gene therapy, we are actually standing in the junction of history. We are creating history in couple of ways. One, I'll say in the beginning and at the end. So beginning to say with is this, that gene therapy, this genetic material, the nucleosides, they are in between the biologics and the API. So they can be either, they can be field finish product, can be manufactured completely in a pharmaceutical plant, small molecule plant. They can be treated as an API because they are synthetically produced. Only difference is their stability, their BET because most of them, the BET range is less than 0.05 endotoxin units per ml, which is, you can imagine, we cannot expect in pharmaceutical products. And the second is the stability. And the another thing is that wherever we see that the genetic materials, the nucleosides, wherever we see that they are very much susceptible to nucleosidase enzyme. That nucleosidase enzyme, that is like RNase, DNase enzyme. So there is practically impossible to find an area which is free from RNase or DNase. So all the genetic material, all the packaging material, whether it is a glass vial or a syringe or your infusion set, everything should be nucleus free. Even the gloves what we use, the aprons what we use, everything is nucleus free. So with this, I will go to the speakers. So first I will come with Dr. Pati. So, Dr. Pati, what are you doing in automation for improving the efficiency and quality of innovation?
Yeah, thank you, CII team for inviting me for this session. And I would like to add what are the practical things that are being implemented and what are the challenges we are going to face in automation. So we started working on automation and even on a continuous manufacturing. We were working on the automation of a blister packing and a bottle packing. So the main challenge lies in terms of synchronization of all the lines. Let's say now we have introduced robos, cobos. Let's say it starts from pick and place of a leaflet, then followed by pick and place of a cartons and shrink wrapping. All these need to be done through a robos, cobos to reduce the human intervention, right? Now, the synchronization between these robos, cobos, and even optal serialization is a big challenge for us. So that we have overcome. Now, if you consider the packing material, so the packing material has to be tuned to our requirement. Now, the moisture content in the packing material plays a vital role. Even there should not be any pins in the packing material. And when you place the Kobo, for a, let's say human person plays the cartons very safely. But if you consider the robo, it has to place, it has to flip into that carton or shipper. So that time we need to ensure the packing material has to be in accordance to our requirement. And the gap between the shipper also plays a vital role. So these are the practical experience that we are facing in the automation. And shipper has to be designed as per our requirement. Now, so moving forward, so the skill of the people also plays a vital role in the automation. So the people has to be trained to use this automation. So we are on the way, and even we are working on the continuous manufacturing, and integrating this automation with the continuous manufacturing will help to improve the quality, safety of the product.
Very, very well articulated, Sureshji. Dr. Tushar, what is the enterprise AI strategy for pharma companies, and how impact do you see happening? So well, this is almost similar to what Sureshji has said.
Yeah, maybe I'll add the other element from our perspective,
yes.
so that it combines both together, answers the bigger, larger question in the room. And I think I'll, first of all, maybe thanks to CII, Chakravarti Garu and Daniel and team for having all of us here, and being a part of such an elite panel is my pleasure. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. All right, coming back to the question, enterprise AI. First of all, AI is not a magic wand which will come, you just use it like Harry Potter and it solves for all your problems. No, it's not. Yeah, practically AI is not that easy to use. Yeah. And it is not, I'm not talking about a ChatGPT. All of us are using ChatGPT day in, day out. But there are many challenges which we look at. For example, someone was asking ChatGPT, what is France's favorite food? Yeah, what food does French people like? And it said French fries, which is not the case, right? Because AI hallucinates. That's the problem. So how do you build those guardrails and make AI work for you, right? I keep on talking to many AI startups, many AI companies, right? And they all come up with an option that, okay, you use my AI and your life will be simpler. Well, it is not the case, not every time, yeah? And I'm not taking away from any and everyone. I think the AI strategy for the company is extremely important. Don't just go and buy any random AI. Yeah, and I'm slightly digressing from packaging because Chakravarti Garu told me that it is no longer a packaging event. It is a global and multifaceted event. So from an AI strategy perspective, the way I look at it is there are three broad buckets. First is around productivity. Basic productivity, like you should have your own chat GPT in-house, not chat GPT, but a GPT in-house, right? Where you can ask questions, you can ask to translate a document, you can ask questions about your own data, whatever. So there are like tons of emails in your inbox. Finding one right email is such a big challenge for you, right? There's so many documents across all your OneDrives and your systems and Teams folders and all. How do you intelligently use AI to retrieve the right data and come up with the right response to an email from an authority or from a customer or to an auditor, right? Anyone for that matter, right? That's the first bucket. Second bucket is, I think, around the platforms. Now, over the past so many years, India being the pharmacy of the world, we have built so many digital platforms, right? Right from the CRM to SRM to many systems across, right? SAPs of the world inclusive. How all of these guys, how are you enabling the AI element on top of it, right? By putting a working AI, right? Like, for example, the way you raise a purchase requisition today, can that be intelligently done by an agent? You don't need to raise it yourself. You just talk to a bot, and bot in turn will raise a PR in the system in the background, right? That is the platform piece, and that's what I'm I'm more keen about, because that drives efficiency and that adds to the whole OE part of it, which Suresh already spoke about. And the third bucket is around business. Yeah, and business use cases are humongous, right? And this is where most of the value comes in. I think Suresh already spoke about how continuous manufacturing is coming out, and there are many examples, like the way you are running your packaging lines, for example, today, or even manufacturing lines for that matter. Can you prescribe, based on the previous data, a machine learning model, how that machine learning model can prescribe the right parameters for you to run that particular line in the right speed? Yeah, and so that your rejections are still managed and you are able to get the right yield out. Yeah, it's an important thing, and machine learning models are out there in the world, and we can start using it any point of time. I was giving R&D example, right? And since you have got manufacturing, I'll talk about R&D. So on drug discovery, like you rightly said about oligonucleotides and peptides for that matter, imagine a world wherein ChatGPT today is generating text. Right, you're asking question, it is giving back your result. You're saying that, okay, so make Tushar stand next to Dr. Tathagat is my prompt, and make an image for it. It will make an image, right? It can do very, very easily. Now imagine the same GPT generating new molecules for you. Yeah, how amazing it could be, right? The way we are looking at drug discovery today, how we can actually reduce the timeline by 40 to 45%. Using AI, using workable AI, I'll say that again, which avoids hallucination, builds in the right guardrails, and ultimately makes sure that you are getting the right validated output. Yeah. So drug discovery is a very good example, and I have seen it work. There are few companies in the world who have actually got to phase 2 and phase 3. With the AI generated molecule, and hopefully we will see sooner a drug in clinic, which will be first AI generated drug. And the moment it happens, the whole Pandora's box open, everyone will start hunting for AI. You will see the pipeline. Today, by the way, there are some 3,000 odd small molecules in clinic. Out of that, 80% of them are from biotechs, which usually was the other way around. Like big pharmas were able to drive that. However, it's flipped. The coin is flipped now. Biotechs are actually the pipeline has a very, very huge pipeline as compared to the pharma companies. So with that long monologue, I'll pass it on back to
Yeah, that's
Dr.
what I was saying, that we are standing in the junction of history, that, biotech is taking over. And anyway, Suresh Garu, can you please tell us some of the innovations that is happening in the field of packaging development, packaging science, and with a bit of emphasis on oligonucleotides also?
The last one is a tough question. Okay. So now currently this packing is not a simple safety shield. It is moving from active to very passive to very active packing. So which is focusing mainly on the safety, sustainability, and even complying to the regulatory. Correct. Now, even it is more cautious on the eco-friendly or environmental friendly. People are moving from PVC, PVDC to COC and COP, which are more biodegradable and recyclable, right? And if you ask me the innovation in the packing, now there are some pharma companies have introduced digital-based inhalers, which will enable adherence of the patient, and that information goes to the health provider as well to ensure that this adherence is maintained. So some people like Alzheimer's and this oncology products, they have to ensure the adherence of the product. So the packing is moving to that extent as of now. And going forward, and even if you ask me, the updated technology, the way, even the packing, the challenge that I am facing in my requirement, right? Creasing, moisture content, and the shape of the shippers. So packing has to be updated according to the moving technology as well.
And I think the shift is from the big companies towards the solution providers.
Yes.
Innovation is happening.
Yes.
Anyway, Dr. Tushar, do you have anything to say on this? Quickly, before I go to the next question.
No, I think very interesting stuff. And I think AI, again, I'll bring that AI element to it. I have seen companies actually simulating this. and this saying that, okay, if I am changing the packaging from X to Y, how will this behave in the market, and will it be sustainable for that matter as well? So a lot of innovation happening in that space as well, Dr. Suresh.
So Dr. Tushar, you are an AI guy, but I want to ask how to change the mindset of the people. How what is the element?
So first of all, I'm not a doctor.
Anyway,
I'm not done a PhD. Here. But anyways, coming back to the mindset, I think it's very important. First of all, people don't think AI first. People always think that, okay, there is a nail and I have a hammer and I'll just hit the nail with the hammer. Why? I mean, AI is not a hammer and use case is not a nail. You cannot just hit every time with an AI use case, yeah? The moment you talk about, there was a technology called RPA, Robotic Process Automation. Any and everything in the world under the sun was getting automated using RPA, yeah? And what happened today is RPA licenses cost has been tripled by the OEMs because they are building monopoly. Right? So I think the world is moving towards democratization. The way we all should look at it, and it's a top-down approach, I would say. The leaders in the room are actually accountable for holding the AI governance for the companies, right? How do you define that AI-first thinking? Any particular conversation should have, and first of all ask that what is the benefit of doing this with AI? Yeah, and that ask will enable you to derive the benefit and track it as well. Whether whatever commitment you have done to the management that I'll be spending 1 crore rupees is actually giving you an ROI after 1 year or a couple of years, and then you are building on from top of it, right? So it's not going to be cheap. Mindset is absolutely very difficult to change for any and everyone, but I see a lot of things have actually improved over the past few years. Boards are funding AI initiatives. We are seeing a lot of conversations around AI in security as well, like, because data security is extremely important for us being pharmaceutical companies, right? So how do we make those fortified walls powered by AI? So a lot of things are happening there. Mindset is shifting for the Indian companies, but our competitors in the world, like China, the US and all, you will see a lot of Chinese companies are investing heavily in this space, and why India should be a laggard. We have been in the forefront, and I think this is our time to change the mindset and be the torchbearer like we have always been.
Sureshji, mindset, because you are a plant person, and this is something again I myself also face.
See, while we
quickly.
So while we focus on changing the mindset, we need to train the people. We need to update them accordingly. And the skill is not the thing that we can be trained in a day or two. That is where the strength comes. So we need to train the people to the changing world and changing technology. And that's how we can implement. So,
yeah, but people have to follow what is written. But many times I have seen that they try to apply their mind, especially applying the mind is always good in R&D. But in production, QC and QA, I always say, where is your mind? If he says it with me, I said, go and deposit in the security. You have to deposit your mind in the security.
No, I agree. So if you put the right system in place, let's say now there are chances of human errors in the documentation. Now we are replacing that paper-based documentation to MES. So adherence becomes more and more. So that is, and the people has to be trained to the MES.
Agreed.
That is how the intervention of human will be reduced and human error can be reduced.
Yeah, and also I was talking to Sai here, and he brought this point, very interesting point, by the way. So the way documents are generated, if an agent comes and reviews it against STP, you can target those with exceptions. Wherever it is not followed, pick it up, right?
Even the machine will give the alarm and all those things. So anyway, all good things comes to an end. So our panel discussion will come to an end. But before that, and if you have any questions, you can catch them offline. We'll make way. But yes, the second historical thing is today is the 150th date where, Bande Mataram was written, our national song. So with that, I say thank you to everyone. Jai Hind, Bande Mataram.
Thank you, speakers, for your interactive session. May I please present the speakers with a token of our appreciation, a small memento. May I request Dr. Datta to present the memento now to Dr. Suresh Pati, please.
Suresh.
And also to Mr. Tushar, please.
We have to give them. Give me, I will give them.
We will now move on to the next session for the day, a session on technology showcase by Avery Dennison. This is going to be a presentation on smart labeling, material innovation, and traceability solutions, supporting pharmaceutical safety and supply chain integrity. May I please invite Mr. Ravi Shinde, Segment Development Manager, Pharma South Asia, Avery Dennison, onto the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have the slides? I think to save on time while presentation gets on the screen, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ravi Shinde. I take care of pharmaceuticals for Avery Dennison for South Asia region. Avery Dennison is not only into the labels, we are into 5 to 6 different verticals, which takes care of the industry, pharma, FMCG, durables, e-commerce, and there are multiple other industries. Apart from that, I think the panel discussion we heard on the technology, how Avery Dennison can help on technology front. So we have RFID as a separate division which works to help to create a data, and then the AI and the other technologies can build upon it. Okay. Is it? You want me to? Shall I? Thank you. I think the technical glitch, I think before we begin, I'll just have a small audio visual. I think that helps us to understand what Avery Dennison is, and then we can start right. I think it's audio.
Your sushi could assure you of its freshness, or you could track ingredients from farm to fork. What if your football shirt made you more than just a fan? Or your morning coffee lets you tip the farmer directly? What if your car could reflect your style, as well as the sun from your face? What if your windows could save energy And all of this got the thumbs up from the biggest voices on climate. What if a label could alert you when food is going bad, assure you a vaccine is safe, and stop clothing from going to landfill, and enable plastic to be recycled instead of becoming ocean waste? What if? What if we told you one company can help make all of this possible?
So who we are, I think I briefed you in between, but I think yesterday Priyanka also talked about we are a 90-year-old company, US based, and in India we are there for last 25 years. The presence is across geography. We are present in all the directions, though the manufacturing facilities are in Pune and Ranjangaon and the Greater Noida. We have distribution centers across in Bangalore and then in Kolkata. So what is the company mission? We are calling it out. So we all are here to solve the problem for the industry. And we have largely bucketized in these 4 different areas, which talks of the supply chain, then the reducing the waste. We talk about sustainability and circularity we heard in last, I think yesterday and today as well. And then how we can connect it better for the better information and the synchronization in our own systems. So each has a different way of looking at it, wherein we need to connect the physical world with the digital one, and how we can solve all these problems, which are, as just panel discussion we heard about, how we can minimize them. So I think I will not spend much time on this. This is the overall agenda. But the major focus, I will talk about sustainability, and then I go to the technology part as well. How it is relevant to pharma. So if I tell you that the kind of emissions that we do, greenhouse gas emission, so if I compare with the aviation industry and the pharma industry, so we are much more than the aviation industry, what globally does. It's around 4.5% compared to the aviation industry. These are the few MNCs who have declared their scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 as an emissions, and then the time frame wherein they want to reduce this, and they have bucketized in both scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 as an area. And what it bucketizes into, it's like a water reduction using the cleaner energy, greener energy, and their operations sound better. So the percentage you can see that what exactly is eyeing for, like 60% is expected for the renewable energy, then 30% we talk about the water reduction, and then the other ones operations like 40%. In all these areas where the packaging stands, like all the ecosystem we heard about the formulations, manufacturing, but the packaging is almost 15% of this entire emissions, and how that can be reduced. So here you see that it's not only the package, how we design it. It starts from the stage of designing or thinking about it, and what the minimal resources that we can use, which can give us the better results and make it more environmental friendly and carbon emission less. So as a company, we have these goals for us. We are stretching ourselves, as the theme of this entire conference is about how we can innovate, accelerate, and elevate. So the challenging targets that we have taken for ourselves, how our products and services can help meet you, our customers, to reach those goals way before it becomes a mandate or it becomes a challenge for us to cope up with the situation. So I will not read out all, but it's not only about being sustainable in terms of the emissions, but if you see on the last quadrant, which says it's about the people or the community we work with, how we are using the different genders or the community where we work with, how our contribution works on. These are the 4 more areas wherein we have bucketized how we can use the reduced, how we can recycle, and how we can responsibly source the materials, so from where we get. So it helps us to make our products more greener, more environmental friendly, and it can help you to reduce your carbon emissions as well. So this is what is just a pictorial view of it, which says about how it can be applicable for the pharma as an industry. Just a glimpse of it, the example, recent, I think we have from Europe-based product, we have done this change for the pharma, wherein we have not done any changes in the face stock or the label, but the carrier, the liner, which carries the product. So this is just the 30% of it, but now we have moved a step ahead. In USA, we are using almost 90% recycled content in the liner for the PET category, which helps us to drastically reduce the use of the new or the virgin material and use it, make it as a circular economy in case of pharma as an industry. The EPR regulations we heard yesterday, which talks more of what we can do as a product. So we have ourselves taken these the targets, and we have already started with the other industries. If I talk about HPC or automobile or other areas where the recycled contents is already part of the product, which is like the polypropylene product and the PET, as wherein we are using 10% and 20% of the recycled content, which is tested and evaluated by the labs, which are safer to use for this application. And currently for pharma, we are not using it as a base, as a face product, but this is also available on need basis. And if I talk about the timeline that we have taken, like it's like by 1st April in 2026, it is expected that we are working closely with all the pharma brand users to evaluate the product suitability for their applications. And that will help them to give some time. And we have the virgin and recycled content products simultaneously available till the time it sinks in their application and requirements. We talked about yesterday on how it's not about the product, but how we are helping the leftover or after the products get used, the liner remains with the end users, the brands. Generally, it gets sold and it gets into the landfill. But we, as a responsible value chain partner, we have come up with this liner recycling program around 2018. And I'm proud to say that by today, I think we have done more than 400 tons of the material recycled. So for that, we have tied up with the recyclers so that the brands can collaborate with them, collect the material, recycle it, and bring back into the system in different forms, either writable paper or paper boards. So this is again a way wherein we can bring back the material without adding more and making it more environmental friendly as a product. Speaking of, since yesterday we talked about the cough syrup, even today morning we talked about the incident that has happened recently. So that was specific to the formulation piece. But if I consider this is a global problem, and as this is an old data wherein it says that out of 10, one medicine or one drug, one tablet is counterfeited. Now I think it has gone up to 2 in 10. So how that can be further addressed and we can help brands to deal with this situation and come with a more security. So what are the challenges are faced by the industry? These are all the buckets which talks about the duplication, then tampering, and some features which can help them secure their brand. So already there are some products that we are selling, but if I have to largely bucketize, these are the 2 different segments which says about the tamper evidence and the anti-counterfeiting. Tamper evidence is the one thing wherein you get the product, before using you understand there is a way to authenticate, like a void label, any new product that you get, not only in pharma, in durable industry, mobile industry, any new product you see, you have some sealant which helps you to understand this is an authentic. So that's the one way to do it, but that is after getting the service. But anti-counterfeit, wherein we can add some more feature which are more in technology perspective. Currently it is limited to only substrate, but we have come up with some features wherein the covert and overt and the forensic, even the technology related information which we can give you more information about where your product got used, what is the trend, even if the fake product is getting scanned, you will get an alert. So there are different ways to look at it, how and what level you want to go across. So these are a few examples which are these are very basic ones. Coming to technology, which is the theme of today, I think this is more from the RFID. So as an Evidenissen, we are the one of the largest in RFID manufacturing. Recently, we started our manufacturing in India. So Make in India is the theme that we have started with, which enables us to manufacture the products locally in India in Pune facility. As I just mentioned earlier, it's how we can help the physical labels, not limit to only that line of sight kind of scanning. So it's the ultra high frequency RFID labels which can help brands to get their understanding about their products in value chain, where it is, and how that data help them to be more proactive, more understand about their supply chain, or even the authenticity up to patient level. That can be tracked through these solutions. and what kind of problems it solves. So these are the three buckets majorly currently been known by the industry, like inventory accuracy, supply chain management, and the improve the overall experience and the outcomes wherein the AD errors that happens, wrong medicine to the wrong patient. So I think that level it can be maintained by the technology means. So what is that we have? Like we have more than 1700 patents, different, I would say the RFIDs. So every label, every bottle, every variant, if it is a clear, if it is a amber, if it is a white, compare like different substrates like glass, HDP, LLDP, every substrate has a different way of reacting with reflecting the information. So that's why we need a different kind of RFID label depending upon the frequency and the type of material and content in it. So that's why we have more than 1700 as the patents, and we have our own demo center in Pune wherein all these, how you can see it, it will help you. So demos is already created for the reference purpose. So I'll just slightly touch base upon the pharma. So these are the products that we generally offer for different applications like low mandrel, different adhesives, different substrates, different kind of, I would say, the diameter and the mandrel performance, and the kind of features it gives in paper and film. The more important for this forum would be the what kind of assurance it gives. Apart from low migration, we have a different products which meet cytotoxicity, then skin irritation, all the compliances it follows, which are majorly required for the pharma as an industry, and which fulfills these ISO mandates, which are the basis of moving forward as a packaging material, safer to use for that specific drug. Yesterday we talked about how we can save space. I think there was a last discussion that happened, that how the packaging can enable to save on space, which help to reduce the GHG emissions. With this particular technology, almost 33% of the space is saved, and it made it more lighter. So in the same amount of packaging, you can, I would say, transport it to different part of the world with the less cost and the, I think, the more savings on the carbon footprints, and which is tested and evaluated for all these applications, which are temperature sensitive. If I talk about the vaccine as the major one. Coming to medical devices, we heard from the panel, I think today morning as well, and at the starting session, the medical devices is the boom. So Everdenison has a dedicated division who continuously works with all the medtech firms globally, US, Europe, and India as well, that we are highly focusing on. And as we see on the screen, there are different applications where these products are getting used. So I will not dwell into each one of them, but we are completely equipped with all the packaging materials which are required for these applications. It's not only the label, the tapes which is related to the body patches. You can name all the wound care that works in medtech devices that has been used. Compliances is the bigger portion in pharma as a requirement and the regulations. So we have our global compliances team. Even in India, we have a dedicated resource who works continuously with the brands in providing the necessary certificate declarations and the test protocols that we have already done. In some cases, if we need something new, so we have a dedicated labs. You can see on the screen, so there are different, I would say, I think the facilities that we have. The first one, EDAKC, is majorly towards the printers, converters, how we can enable them to become more efficient in their conversion. AD Proseta is the ISO accredited lab, which works apart from the R&D and the other regular QC test. It's dedicatedly for pharma, which is working to do all the exhaustive studies, including extractable and all, which requires as a mandate. We have dedicated our own in-house equipments and everything, which can help us to analyze, evaluate, and give some certifications in case of needed. So I think that's the more important piece, and these are all qualified by US FDA and the FDAs of the Europe as well. The last one is on the InsightX. This is the new studio that we have started last year in Pune, which works on 4 pillars: sustainability, the brand protection, and I would say the premiumization for the different segment. And if I talk about counterfeiting, I think that's the major area, how we can help as a packaging material specialist with the brands and their requirements. So I think this is what we have for today. I think we can discuss in detail. We can meet after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravi. Being a Fortune 500 company, Avery Dennison is already known for its innovative products. It helps the global healthcare to progress forward. Thanks for you coming all the way, giving the presentation and enlightening us with new innovations. Keep connected with Hyderabad. Thanks for coming again. I think last year also you were there. I just sent a message to Saurabh also and Priyanka. They were happy as well. Thank you. I think you all are very fortunate to have the learned gentleman, Mr. Chandi Prasad Ravipati, 40 years of experience, I think, more than that, in the pharmaceutical field. When you talk about QBD, quality by design, I think his name erupts. And these days, he's also talking about sustainability in the pharmaceuticals as well. But in a nutshell, Chandi, we fondly call him as a messiah of the systems. We belong to the old school, not to the new generation. Maybe I'm also the same. It's hard to listen to us sometimes, but if you follow the basic protocols which we try to preach, which we practice in fact, what we practice only we are preaching. Am I right, Chandi? So we are very fortunate to have Chandi Prasad as a moderator of this session. Please welcome with a round of applause. Mr. Sai Kumar Talasila, a very young entrepreneur, very enthusiastic. I think AI is in his head already. An engineering mind in pharmaceuticals. Welcome, Mr. Sai Kumar Talasila. And then you have Mr. Tridip Majunda, very experienced pharmaceutical packaging guy. He's the head of packaging development at Dr. Reddy's, more into the medtech and other areas. You have Rajkiran also here? Already over? You have Rajkiran here also? Yeah, Mr. Rajkiran, I thought you had a standalone presentation. I'm very happy, Rajkiran, to have you here. And, what can I say? And people are waiting for how many months, Rajkiran, to have a product from him? It's just like Bahubali tickets. So you have to wait for the product. If you order on them, normally people look for the orders, but Aptar has gained such importance globally. It's not a exaggeration. Several product launches are kept on pending, not just in India, but overall globally, for their drug delivery devices to come onto the fore, just to have your medicine reach to the patient. So that's the position they carved out. A round of applause to Aptar Packaging. So Sanjay Kapoor is a good friend. I think he is not able to come today. But you have a wonderful session, I promise you, before lunch, so that you will be more hungry to eat nice food. Over to you, Chandi.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I will just take a couple of minutes to set up the tone of this discussion. It is about, we are talking about the economic growth. So when we talk about economic growth, we have to take two important elements of economic growth, that is economic ecosystem and innovative ecosystem. If you see post-World Wars, the industrial growth, the industrial revolution that has happened in Europe or West, that is the best example for the combination of these two. So when we look into Indian scenario, this innovative ecosystem is at pockets, but it has not formed into a big system, where in an innovation ecosystem, the ideas will be shared between the academy, industry, government, and also the users and the intellectuals. So, and today's theme is that pharma, life sciences, and the future readiness. This one, and we want to talk about how the enhancement of the regulations. Because when we talk about pharmaceutical industry, it is there is one mantra that is called compliance. And I always used to tell that compliance is 100.0%. It is not even 99.999%. It is absolutely 100.0%. So we will talk about what is the regulatory compliances and what is the regulatory systems that are there globally and also in India, and how we can evolve. We have been evolving. For the last 2.5 decades, there is a phenomenal technological and attitudinal improvement in to the compliance. So sometimes I think it is just common sense to comply with the requirements, because no need of any government that has to impose on us, because pharmaceutical industry is a lifeline industry and we are giving medicines. So the medicines are used by me, by my family members, or by anybody in the world, and it has to comply. It has to comply with all the GMP requirements. So with this context, I would like to, I'm also, when I gone through the CII's profile, I was very fascinated, and I'm voicing so many times that the India being the pharmacy of the world, what is the scope of pharmaceutical engineering and packaging engineering? We have packaging development, we have IIP and all, but I don't know whether there is any institute in India who gives the 4-year degree on especially pharmaceutical engineering. And I would also, there is a lot of scope in packaging, so there should be packaging engineering also. So in this context, Mr. Sai, I am really fascinated by your profile. I request you to throw how pharmaceutical engineering is the backbone for the CGMP and regulatory compliance, and what is it important, and how you see in Indian scenario.
So, to begin with, hello everybody. Sir, in your introduction, you just said that, we do have so many issues and all. Okay, at least, fortunately or unfortunately, post-COVID, the things have changed. What I have noticed remarkable and a change toward in good direction is people started talking. I'm not talking about general things, but people started at least discussing their own issues, their own problems openly. I don't know if it all takes one problem to unite us, or one problem to trigger or express their own inhibitions or anything. But then, yes, we had that, we got that jolt, and of course it's a Kickstarter, and we are seeing the results out of it. How things change and all, there's no need to for me to tell it again. In a pharmaceutical engineering perspective, yes. In my opinion, the way I see is, there are many guidelines that say QBD, etc. Quality by design, or quality of design of experiments, etc. Somehow they're all struck to the product level itself. All the people say they did the DQ for the facility, etc. But then I don't think they actively involve a process engineer. More than a pharmaceutical engineer, I would say the process engineers, the statisticians, should be at the forefront. I mean, statisticians can come a little later, but then, yeah, at the time of commissioning or anything, the process engineers should be at the forefront of any pharmaceutical industry as such. A lot will run on the paper. A lot will run on the paper. 90% or 95% of the time will just go on the paper. I mean, these could be just like an story readers of any movie making or something like that. But then only 5% left to the execution. So 95% of your time has to be done. You need to see how things go. You need to, I mean, when you wake up, you should be very clear that, okay, my process flows like this. I mean, my machine is going to handle this. My inputs are going to come like this. And I'm going to take the outputs from each state in this particular way. So it has to be very crystal clear. I mean, when those are all in place, I would say, I mean, first of all, you say, I mean, people think, why so much? But then trust me, if that is there, the cost of operations would be negligible. Just imagine, there are many FMCG companies, and we should really take some really good examples of Anheuser-Busch, which popularly produces beer by name Budweiser and many other brands. They have been, I mean, not just them, but many of their league, they just their process time to produce a beer is 1 week for the whole cycle. They operate in large, and so each batch they produce, it takes 1 week for them to fill. What is the cost of their beer when it hits the market? Hardly $3 or $4. Of course, we are taking a very wrong example, but then see, it's not the scale, but it's the process engineering that gave them the edge for them so long to keep it at that particular price point and still operate it. So it is done similarly in many other chemical industries. Outside. I mean, I've noticed outside India and few industries in India, they do a lot in this front. Process engineering. They have really good people from process engineering. I'm really surprised, and they do wonders. They always sit behind the scenes, and then they observe, they improvise, and then they're never on the limelight. I see that. And I'm really glad a few companies are doing that. I can't name them here, but then they're doing it. And statisticians, yes. Statisticians, for them, anything is the same. It's all the numbers that they look into. And the process that they'll relate to. And they'll see what is dependent and what is independent. How events could be related to each variable. And then they will give you insights in such a way. Not any of these softwares are, of course, software should be built on their models. However, the statistician should be the one who would be giving you the insights that you can never see. That you would think that this is the cause or this is the effect. By the nature of their education, yes, they are very good at establishing the cause and effect. So these all things fall into the pharmaceutical engineering. So, in a formulation industry, we see a lot of processes. But then they just go in either the machine maker defines the process due to his limitations or due to his design. We design our, we devise our manufacturing formulation because of the limitations imbibed by him. But it shouldn't be the way. It should be the other way around. And then comes the packaging. Packaging is the interface between, packaging is the first interface that the customer or the client or anybody who will be interfacing with the product that they are trying to experience. How important is it? The current day in the pharmaceutical industry, yes, the packaging industry may reveal only statutory information. But on one day, I think in the last year, in the month of December, I was on my way to attend a very young mind's 60th birthday. On my way, I was able to, I stopped by a florist, and then to pick a bouquet. And then there was a 10-year-old, eighth standard kid who was handling the store, running the store. It was chilly night. He's put on the AC and still running, and he's still watering certain plants, certain flowers and certain greens, but not all of them. I asked him, "It's so cold, you still switched on the AC, and then why are you doing that?" No, he told me in his very intuitive way, see, despite being cold, the vaporization happens. Usme se pani nikal jata hai. In his own language, he said that. See, his understanding about dew point is so good. Of course, he may not know the word dew point, but then he understood it really well. So he knows what to water and what not to water, despite maintaining the air conditioning continuously switched on. So I said, I understood, okay, this is what, this understanding is something really, I asked, okay, if we don't do, what will happen? They said, sir, customer dekhte hi bata de, bol diyega ki, ye acha nahi hai. Okay. So if you were in a store to pick something where you get an interface, that you go to a market, you try to pick a vegetable or a fruit or a flower or anything, you would be able to see and say whether it was in a good state or not. So, I mean, there's a lot of, this is where I understood. So shouldn't our packaging also do the same? That is where the packaging engineer should come into the picture and say, even the retailer who sells, it's not his mistake. He is given, he gets a stock from a stockist and then he sells it, okay? He does not know. If we do a better engineering in packaging such that when the retailer receives it, he sees, he's able to perceive, okay, was it in a good state all through the supply chain from the manufacturing till me? If there is some kind of an indicator on the top of it, yeah, he will not take it. He would outrightly reject it. And definitely it does not get passed on to the patient or the consumer. So this is where the packaging engineering has a lot of a scope, in particularly in pharmaceutical, and a lot of an emphasis has to be laid in packaging engineering for the patient safety. So these things get missed out. Yes, there is a scope for improvement. Thank you.
So what is the essence is that in pharmaceutical industry, the operation people and the engineering people, again, that engineering people can be mechanical engineers or electrical engineers. So this combination is selecting the machinery. I think going forward for our country's economic growth, how we want to see Viksit Bharat by another 10 years, I think there should be a slight change in the attitude, and we should engage more pharmaceutical engineering and packaging engineering to get the right output. Thank you very much. So now I will go to Rajkiran. You are from Aptar, who is a pioneer in medical devices. So this topic also has the medical devices. So I would like to know from you, for the benefit of the audience, definitely I feel that medical device is at still a nascent state. And going forward, the pharmaceutical industry, because the conventional dosage forms has been outdated and most of the patents expired, and now the Indian pharmaceutical industry is dwelling on the filings of more and more novel drug delivery systems, which a device is must. So I want to throw light on what is the current situation, how much Indian pharmaceutical industry is dependent on imports of the specialized devices, and what would be the next 5 or 10 years, what will be the scope, and how the medical devices or the assemblers of the medical devices collaboration with the user industries. I want to throw some light on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chandri Prasad, and it's an honor to be here with the esteemed panel. I represent Aptar. I represent Aptar CSP Technologies. So I have worked with most of the Indian pharmaceutical companies with the drug delivery solutions. At Aptar, we have a philosophy that we help the patient and we help in delivering the drugs to the patient. Aptar has a lot of focus on compliances. We have a lot of focus on Indian and Southeast Asian market. So that's why we have presence in India. We manufacture some of our products here. We are growing that presence as we talk about. I also had a presentation, a small presentation, which would be relevant to all three of the co-panelists and also to the rest of the audience. If I can make a quick presentation, and this talks about compliances related to nitrosamines and also some other compliances. Thanks.
You can go ahead.
Sure. So I do understand that we have a limited time, so I'll make it quick. I'll introduce the technology. And so again, it's an honor to be here. My name is Raj Kiran Nayak. I represent Aptar CSP Technologies, which is part of Aptar Group. Aptar CSP Technologies it specializes into active packaging and active material science. We add chemistry to polymer, and active polymer technology is the next level of innovation and future-ready packaging. What we do is, so the three-phase active polymer technology is at the heart of what we do. It comprises of a base majority polymer and then a channeling agent, which forms channels within the base polymer. And to that base polymer, we add the active ingredient or active particles, which act as the absorbing or scavenging molecule. It can also release gases, and we can also tailor it to react with certain specific impurities like nitrosamines. So here the image you see on the right corner is the scanning electron microscope image of the active polymer. This is how it looks under electron microscope. The orange particles are the active particles, and the green background is the base polymer, and the channels you can see in the dark patches. This video will explain how the technology works, and then I'll talk briefly about how we implement this. So the audio is not there, so I'll just talk about it. So the base polymer, you see the gray part, and then the channeling agents form the channels within the base polymer, and the orange particles are the active particles, which can take care of different chemistries like nitrosamine, moisture, oxygen, or volatile organic compounds. We implement this in different formats. We implement it for different applications. Nitrosamine risk mitigation is one of them. We have seen a lot of regulatory guidance on nitrosamines. The US FDA also is tightening its guidance on nitrosamine. So recently, last year, the Aptar CSP Technologies was accepted in the Emerging Technology Program by the US FDA. What we did was we leveraged the active polymer technology to mitigate this risk of nitrosamine. And for the pharmaceutical industry, what it meant was you do not have to reformulate your drugs. You can take care of the nitrosamine by using packaging. So the US FDA also changed their guidelines in September 2024. So this is what they reference, so specifically for packaging. So they mentioned that the nitrosamine impurity issue can be best also addressed by changing the packaging. This is where the Enzop technology comes in and helps our customers to take care of this issue. Nitrosamines, as you know, are carcinogenic, so it is not just a problem for the US market, it is a problem for everybody. For the Indian pharmaceutical industries as well, for the domestic market, we have seen what has happened with the pediatric syrup formulations. So I was hoping that the CDSO representative would be here and they would also take notice of this. We need to address this today or tomorrow. Someday we have to wake up to this reality. So we can implement this in the form of active blister. So it can go in the blister format where we use the active polymer in the leading film. It is heat sticked without any adhesive. We can make bottles with the active polymer layer. We can also make the active canister which can take care of nitrosamine. It is just drop inside your existing packaging. We can use it for stick pack and other powder formats as well. The second industry where we are the gold standard is probiotics. Probiotics, as you know all, that it is extremely sensitive to moisture, and the probiotics lose their viability when it is exposed to moisture. The conventional way of managing moisture is by adding a desiccant sachet or canister, but the packaging still allows the moisture to pass through. With the active polymer technology, the moisture is trapped within the sleeve itself. So the sleeve is made of active polymer, and it doesn't reach the probiotics. So the probiotic manufacturers who have to claim like 50 billion CFUs and 2 years of shelf life, now the regulations are also evolving around this. They have to now prove that the patient or the users are getting the benefit that are being claimed. So they have to comply, and they have to prove that the end of shelf life claims are being met. That's where our technology can also help, and it is already helping. Most of the global brands are with the three-phase active polymer technology vials. So we can implement it in different formats like the active molded vials or flexible packaging with active material. We can do it with active blister. We can do it with PCR material also. So we use PCR with the active material. We can do it for instant mixing solution, which is in contact with the water. And we can also do it for oil-based probiotics. We can have a drop-in component. The three-phase active polymer material is not only saving the drug and products in the pharmaceutical industry, we are also in the food industry. And one of the applications is also for medical devices and surgical equipments, where we are using the property of release of gases to sterilize surgical equipments. We are also using it to sterilize the medical devices. In food protection also, we can release chlorine dioxide gas, which can take care of the pathogens within the headspace of the packaging. Another way of delivering this is something that is being used by the Indian seafood industry. The seawell packaging is something where we absorb the liquid, which is rich in amino acids and protein, which comes out of the seafood. And by taking care of this liquid, we inhibit the growth of bacteria and also take care of the odor. And this is helping our seafood exporters, the shrimp exporters from India, dominate the global seafood industry. Another example in the food industry where we are helping the food, reducing the food wastage and reducing the plastic wastage is by using our patented technology with the paperboard material. So in this case, we have the paperboard material, which is 100% decomposable, and we have a polymer material, which gives the property of the polymer and protection to the food product. So the best of both worlds we have in the same technology. It does not use any adhesive. It is just a peel and separate kind of structure. So it can reduce the plastic use by 90%. This is something that is already proven. It is there in the market. We are introducing this in the Indian market now. So this is how it works. So after the use of food products, so it can be MAP, it can be modified atmosphere packaging, it can be for ovenable or ready-to-eat food or any kind of packaging. It is also used for medical devices to add. So it can be just separated, and it can be, the paperboard can go in the decompostable stream, and the monomer polymer can go into the plastic stream. So it is 100% recyclable. So this was a small introduction of the technology that we represent. Thank you so much.
So now you have to throw some light on as far as medical devices is concerned, what is the scope, and next 5 years, what will be going, and what is your collaboration with user industries?
In case of medical devices, the drug delivery devices, what we see is a big change coming up with the unit dose delivery devices and also the rescue therapies. So we have seen a big revolution in terms of unit dose liquid devices earlier. Now the next big wave is coming into powder, because liquid is not very stable when it goes into the field, when it is going into the healthcare workers. So they have to use it under emergency condition, and liquid sometimes pops up, sometimes it is not very reliable. But when they use powder and drugs like naloxone, drugs like sumatriptan, epinephrine, they're all coming up in powder format. And that's where Aptar unit dose powder delivery device, as well as the CSP component, they help to keep it safe and also reliable. So the next change that is happening, also India-centric, is we are focusing heavily on localizing the products in India. The pumps and valves that we manufacture, we are now manufacturing here in India. We have started molding. We are not just assembling now. We will start molding and producing it here in India as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Trideep, I would like to ask you on two aspects. So what is the regulations? Regulations keep on changing, and the most impact of regulations is on packaging and labeling. So, and it is very dynamic. So I want to ask you and express your ideas about how this dynamism in the regulations on packaging, pharmaceutical packaging, is influencing, and how, what are the ideas from packaging fraternity to overcome this and predictive and be ready for the regulatory challenges. And at the same time, what is your experience on the medical devices, and what are the research that is going on new drug delivery systems, and what are the challenges in selecting the right device and establishing the efficacy and the performance of that medical device even before the product is launched?
Thanks a lot, Chandri sir. It's a very interesting question, and it's a big topic, so I'll try to be as conscious as possible. So thank you, CII, thank you, Chakrabarti VPS, for inviting me for this wonderful occasion. So it's a great place to exchange my thoughts. So basically what we are seeing in the industry since we started talking about growth, so the industry is going towards, I am representing Dr. Reddy's packaging development, so I am part of the sterile packaging development team. So we see a lot of products coming in this drug delivery combination products, basically, like the pen injectors, the auto injectors. These are coming now, slowly people are shifting towards home care application, where the patient itself, they can take their own medicines. So earlier it used to be a hospital setup. Now slowly we have moved from vials to prefilled syringes, now to the pen injector and auto injectors. So as you said rightly, this is a very new area where we are just entering. And this is more relation that we should know what are the rules and regulations associated with it. So CDRH is a body which actually controls this drug combination products and the devices. And also there are 820 CFR is there where these rules and regulations are spelled correctly. So there are ISO guidelines also, right, 11608, then there are 13485, all those things are also talking about the device industry. So now there is one more very interesting thing which there is a guideline published by USFDA is on the human factors. So these all combined together comes into effect when we are looking into these kind of devices. So now I'll go a little bit on depth and try to explain the topics. Like you asked a very good question, how do we know that we are selecting the right devices or not for the right product? So generally what happens, we have seen many times that there is a product which has been, this comes to your topic also. So there is a product which is already there. Suddenly we decide that we are going to go to an auto injector or a pen injector. So now no study has been done, no engineering has been done. Suddenly we go into the market, pick up a shelf, off-the-shelf device and put our prefilled syringes into that and then start doing the stability studies. And during the stability study, we also find out that the device is failing in some critical parameters. So now the investigation starts and everyone starts to identify, now it will, whether the device is at a fault, whether the manufacturing is at a fault, those kind of questions start arising. So what I feel that during the very initial stage of developing all these products, a lot of people should come together, starting with the portfolio team. Why? I'll explain why I mean portfolio team. Basically, what I have seen currently, we are working on so many pen injector products. So what happens if you do not know what is coming in for future? So you end up investing in an assembly line, and later on one more product comes in. Then you realize that your assembly line is not suitable for handling the second product. So you once again invest in a second machine. And this goes on forever, and you will be showcasing, it's like a exhibition where you have all the machines catering service to small products. So if we know right at the beginning where the portfolio team comes into picture, that these are the devices which are coming in, then we can approach to the assembly manufacturers, and we can give all the technical inputs together. It is possible to manage many products in the same assembly line if we engineer it as per the requirement. Also, one more critical aspect when we talk about devices, selecting right partner who has critical knowledge, both on the testing part as well as the assembly part. So now the assembly guidance is a very good document which talks about how to do the device assembly. If you go to a manufacturer who has not been into so much R&D, they will give you an inferior document which does not talk about many parts. And then once you approach your assembly manufacturer that this is the guidance document, he will start asking you a lot of questions which you do not have any answer, because we are not the device manufacturer or the device innovator. So this is a very critical part where we should focus and get us onboarded. Also, one more part, like I talked about initial engagement. Initial engagement should also include the device partner who is supplying you the devices. If you can get them engaged during the starting at the selection of primary packaging material who goes inside their device, it will be a very smooth journey for you during the development process. So if they select the right kind of, let's say, pre-filled syringes or the cartridges, if we select the right cartridge or the pre-filled syringe, so the device, they already have done extensive study on this, and they have all the data backed by them. So as a manufacturer, we are supposed to follow the design history file and do the design verification at the development part. So when we are doing this, some part of the product will be drug dependent and many parts will be drug independent, which is purely device functional. So we can leverage their experience on the device part and take all their data, and it will be a very smooth filing also. And so these are the things which I think we should get engaged right at the beginning, the correct partner, the portfolio team coming together. And then comes the assembly part. This is a very interesting, I'm currently working on some assembly machines, so I have that live experience. So now the statistician part comes into picture. So how do you define the specifications? Basically, there will be a lot of stations where you are supposed to accept or reject certain parts. So how do you derive? Like, for example, in a cartridge scenario, you have a specification for the stopper depth. So that's the manufacturing criteria. Now, during your assembly process, you need to measure two more items, the plunger rod depth, which is a part of the device, and then once you do the priming, then what can be the gap? So you will get a lot of data points, and depending on the data point, if you have a good statistician in place, he will be able to tell you the control limits where you should focus, so that you can take care of both the rejects as well as producing good devices at the same time. So I think regulation is evolving. We also should understand the importance of human factor studies. So whenever we are going for a new product where the patients will be using it, let's take an example of a migraine drug. So now once the migraine onset happens, then you are almost blinded, and you will be just using your senses in order to experience the injection. So if you have a very good human factor study done on this kind of devices, it takes care of all those cases. So FDA does provide you a guidance where you can do threshold analysis and compare the product against the product already there in the market. And you can get rid of this human factor study part. But if you find out during this particular study that there are differences and it may impact your user end, you should go to a study. There are many CROs available who perform these studies. So they can simulate these experiences, the environment like a dark room where people are coming and experiencing the product. So it helps a lot during the development. So I think these are the areas where we should definitely focus, because we are slowly moving towards big drugs which are coming into effect. Many people are working on that. So if we do our development in a proper way, then I feel we can develop good products, and obviously it will grow the country.
You want to add anything on this?
Just wanted to ask, so how does, so what you have talked about is mostly focused on the export to the regulated market. How does it help the domestic market to grow in this area?
So basically, in Dr. Reddy's, we are not differentiating between exports. The same device is going all the places. So I feel there will be a challenge for price for sure, because all these are important items and these are very costly in nature. So, but since we are using the same facility, so from a facility perspective, it will be same. The same quality will be provided. But yes, when it comes to the pricing part, so we should, like I told right at the beginning, if you can collaborate with your device partner right at the beginning and do all the design experiments, I feel we can still develop a good product, although it may be from India. But definitely we can, we are taking a lot of products from India-based organizations where we see they are also developing good products and we are using that. So I don't feel that's a challenge, but the timing of involving these partners is very, very critical. If you are onboarding them at the end, then it will be very difficult path.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Tridip, for your insights on this. And I think with one more question we will conclude. I will come to Sai. You are also an expertise on regulatory filings, I think. So what is the focus? What you think still the Indian pharmaceutical industry should be proactive towards the regulatory compliance, because we are number 3rd in volume, but we are at 14th in value. So how to come, because the regulatory compliance filing is approved, you cannot launch the product. So to value-wise also we have to grow, because it will contribute to the economy of the industry as well as the nation. So how you foresee that, what are the things that Indian pharmaceutical industry can adopt, in your view, to come value-wise also within 1 to 5 in next 10 years?
So when you ask me this question, quality is paramount. Compliance, no escape. And compliance just a gateway. And of course, it would be a small differentiator as well. However, people won't buy your product just because you have a compliance. They buy your product, they don't buy your product, they buy your credibility. I mean, often people say, I mean, you do put 2 different products or 3 different products, and you ask people to pick something. First thing they'll see for the familiarization. Second thing, they'll look for the past experience. I mean, third thing that they will see is the other factors like price, availability, continuous supply capabilities and all. So if you see the first 2 points, they solely rely on the credibility. So credibility will trump everything. So I mean, these regulatory compliances and those are very seasonal, and their perceptions, their perspectives, and their approaches are very seasonal, and we have seen in and time out. When things are in need, we know how things function. When things are at a different juncture, we know how they act as well. So we shouldn't publicly say, but then yeah. However, we just need to go as per what we believe in, and things will fall in place. Our ultimate responsibility is not to the regulator, but to the person who's consuming it. This is what I keep saying. I mean, even the regulator walks into my facility, I say, I don't really fear you, but then I really fear a complaint from my customer. I take it much seriously than an observation made by you. I mean, those are the ultimate people who's feeding you and feeding me, and we are all at the mercy let us try to improve some things that actually mean to them, be it in informing things. See, we are still in, what do we call, an imitating phase. Of course, we have just broken the barriers. Now we are coming out of it. A long way to go. And yes, I see a bright future in this arena, as in we will go past the imitation stage at this. And I'll tell you, since we are in this particular responsible industry, and particularly this industry can spearhead the green credit culture. I mean, already the companies started working on. And that can start with the packaging itself. I mean, the green credit thing. There's a lot of a scope, but then very untouched.
I fully agree with you. And with only one thing I want to conclude, and thank you all the panelists, and thanks for the patience, because we are in between your lunch. I hope that this panel discussion acted as an appetizer to relish your lunch more deliciously. Thank you all. And one thing I just want to conclude, that I have seen the mindset in the pharmaceutical industry. I am in the pharmaceutical industry, started with quality control. Then I was very, very active, and my favorite subject in pharma is quality assurance. I have been in quality assurance. Then I diverted myself into packaging development. So when we talk about the regulatory compliances guidances, we think that US FDA or MHRA or something are very superior. I don't know how many have gone through the Schedule M. Schedule M is no less to any top regulatory requirements in the world, and I can tell that it is 2 steps above the rest of the world. But only thing is that there is no enforcement, or there is no voluntarily implementation, because if there is a regulation comes from US FDA, we religiously follow, or any country, or even Uganda. You want to supply to Uganda?
Well, today I think things are changing already. I think I do agree and disagree.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience.
I do agree and disagree also. There are a lot of people who really wanted to bell the cat and rather fall in line. As you rightly said, the revised Schedule M, not the Schedule M actually. Even the Schedule M is high standards of above the WHO standards, I can say. But definitely, I think the future belongs to quality. If you are producing the medicines with the quality, definitely the future is ours. That's the reason we are not into pixel yet. Many countries, the smaller countries are into that. We are not into that. But certainly, with the hope that India, pharmacy of the world, and volume leader, but value leader also very soon. We are hoping for that. And as I rightly said, I think, apologies, we held you back for the lunch, but for a good reason. The veteran is moderating a young technocrats. What a great session, right? From Sai, Trideep, from Aptar, and Rajkiran from Aptar. I think it was a wonderful session. A round of applause for them, and you can interact over lunch also. And with a small announcement, I think the sessions immediately after the lunch, I think if you are missing any of the session, you will be missing for the lifetime. Immediately, I'll tell you, I'm not exaggerating. In the afternoon, immediately after this, you are going to witness a magic on the floor. The man is already sitting there. He's one of the best AI expert, and he's a great podcaster. Millions of people are following him. And today, if you take a selfie with him, I think you will be followed as well. So he is coming in the afternoon, after the lunch. And after that, very, very important, the international trade and collaboration. Normally, if you want to meet them, you need appointment. But 5 of them, UK, Canada, Australia, Turkey, they are there to deliberate on the international trade and collaborations. That session will follow. The Netherlands, in fact, the biggest countries where India is trading a lot. And you have a young technologist from Bayer and also Procter & Gamble. I think they are there immediately for a fireside chat. And last but not least, most importantly, and these gentlemen normally you don't get it. Very high profile, there's a government of Telangana, the CEO of Telangana Academy is coming. And you have Dr. Reddy's Institute Director, and you have a FABA Director, you have Aspire Bionis, Hyderabad Central University, and another than the Director of, Regional Director of Indian Institute of Packaging. It's a very important session. I urge you, rather I suggest you, and I warn you, stay back for the post-lunch session also, and enjoy the sessions. You will not get anywhere else. And let's break for lunch, quick lunch for a half an hour. After half an hour, we'll come back, Daniel? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, one group photo and mementos, please. Thank you. 2:30, we'll come back in the hall.
Where is my name?
Ganesh, the sound was not good. Well, very good afternoon. You have had a great session in the morning, inaugural, followed by wonderful technical sessions as well. Hope you really enjoyed and benefited from the knowledge deliberated in the morning sessions. Well, my friends, not much ado. I announced you the disruption session, but we came before. We thought we'll show our faces before that. But Mr. Jignesh Talasila, who is the disruptor speaker, is already here, and he will join after this session. So, once again, very good afternoon to you, all of you, and living to the expectations of the theme of this summit, the Summit for Economic Growth, the CII TG-PackCON 2025, the trade happens with the collaborations. And we are in a global village environment. So the business next door to you can export to any country, any part of the world. Means and ways are many. Unlike 3 decades ago, how the business, people are not seeing what is happening. Today, even a small business, if it gets a traction online without any effort, if somebody likes in Ankara, somebody likes in Melbourne or in Brisbane, or somebody likes in Ontario, they get access. They immediately talk about it and somehow access it, and then they buy, and the seller get benefited. But very true, at the same time, you have ambassadors of all countries, their representatives, being the trade commissioner or consuls or whatsoever you call. To me, they are ambassadors of their respective countries, promoting their country in our country. In turn, they also promote our products, our trade, our culture, so that it's mutually beneficial for both the countries. And today we are so fortunate to have representatives of 5 embassies, 5 countries, the top companies, Netherlands, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, and Turkey. So we are very fortunate to have in our session today Ms. Simran Masan. She is Senior Trade Advisor, the British Deputy High Commission. She was in Mumbai High Commission before, and recently she came and looking after the life sciences as well. And Ms. Tuze Gul, Commercial Attaché, the Consulate General of Republic of Turkey. Ms. Sangeeta Krishnamurthy, many of you know, Senior Director, Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Australian Government. Her foray also is life sciences mostly, even though she deals with other areas as well. Vikram is mostly our man, not a Canada man. So we don't consider him as a diplomat or consulate from their High Commissioner. Nevertheless, he is the Trade Commissioner sitting in Hyderabad, representing 2-3 states here already. So Canadian High Commission, very vibrant, very friendly, very eloquent in his initiatives. And last but not least, it's a very important Ram Vedantam. He has been in this diplomatic relations for the last 20, 25 years, and we have been together for a little bit connect, Dutch connect. So being the chairman of Indo-Netherlands Business Association, I have a great affinity to Ram, and he is the Deputy Trade Investment Commissioner, Netherlands Business Support Officer, NBSO. We are very fortunate to have all of you, my dear friends, because we know the value of your time. At the same time, we know your intention to share your knowledge, your intention to share the initiatives by your respective embassies with the business community. Just for your information, there are maybe around 150 people in the audience. Just for example, just now I saw 12,750 people are watching this on live. So you're on live with that. A round of applause to Hybiz people also. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to this very special session that brings together diplomatic representatives from most forward-looking countries, I must say. The United Kingdom, Australia, Turkey, the Netherlands, and Canada. I truly believe today's discussion sits at the heart of what the world needs right now. The partnerships built on trust, science, and shared progress. The pharma and life sciences sector has shown us that innovation doesn't happen in isolation, as I told you in the morning. Every molecule, every vaccine, every breakthrough involves collaboration across borders, between governments, industries, researchers, academia, and finally, the people is more important. India has earned its place as a trusted global healthcare partner, supplying quality medicines to over 200 countries, leading in vaccines, APIs, and of course packaging innovations. But the next phase is not about volume, it's about value. Moving from being the pharmacy of the world to being a partner in discovery, sustainability, and digital transformation. Each of your countries, my dear friends, play a very distinct and important role in this journey. The UK with its strong innovation ecosystem, Australia with its deep research networks. We have wonderful engagements in the past 3-4 years during BioAsia. I was very fortunate to be among a partner into that activities as well. Turkey as a bridge between Asia and Europe. Turkey connects the world, Asia and Europe, because they belong to both the continents. The Netherlands, our country, with its sustainable technologies and logistics leadership, and Canada with its strength in biotechnology and advanced life sciences. Well, our goal in this discussion today is to explore how we can align India's capabilities with your priorities in trade, R&D, and investment, and create real pathways for joint innovation. So without further ado, let's hear from our distinguished guests, not just about the opportunities that exist, my dear friends, but about the new ideas that can connect our ecosystems in the meaningful and lasting ways. Well, what I do in a round of the first round, I'm going to ask all 5 of them explain respective countries what the initiatives very briefly, and followed by a few question and answers we can throw to them. I start with the lady, the Simran Masan.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me over here. And I feel great privilege to sit around my fellow countries over here. And just to give you a brief background, I am basically part of UK's Department for Business and Trade. And I essentially look after UK and India trade collaborations in healthcare and life sciences, especially for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And of course, our team is in the rest of the metro cities across the country. To begin with, we have seen strong and dynamic collaborations between both the countries since a while, and it's only growing now with the recently signed UK-India Comprehensive and Economic Trade Agreement, which should be enforced next year. And there have been constant collaborations, say, in pharma, life sciences, vaccines, digital health, and medtech. And with this particular FTA and CETA, we are trying to make it more streamlined and, of course, increase the bilateral trade between both the countries, especially in these regions. We've seen a strong presence of a lot of established UK companies in India, especially like GSK, AstraZeneca, with manufacturing plants and global capability centers. But our stronghold is to also support the startups and the spin-outs from universities like Oxford University, Francis Crick University from UK, and to support these companies in India to collaborate with Indian manufacturers, Indian hospitals, or in medtech players to bring that kind of innovation in India and use the manufacturing prowess of India and again create more and more innovation. India is a big pharma manufacturing hub and also supplies a large number of generics and APIs to the NHS. With this CETA, we are expecting this to, of course, get more streamlined. We're seeing more of IP protection discussions between both the regulatory agencies, including UK, MHRA, and CDSCO, to streamline approvals and data exclusivity. This will ensure support to, again, Indian companies looking to export into UK, and of course, UK companies trying to bring their innovation over here. And again, there's constant discussion happening between CDSCO and MHRA. If I come to the other aspects of the agreement, there's going to be zero tariff pricing for a lot of medical devices going from India to UK. And these are some of the benefits that we hope to reap next year. Just to give you a few examples of a couple of innovations and collaborations that we've seen happening between, say, two sort of startups. For example, there is a company called Microbira in UK, which is into software as a medical device, providing a digital diagnostic solution, and recently has partnered with a company called Simbi Biosciences, which is a company as part of the Aspire Bionest incubator in University of Hyderabad, tackling antimicrobial resistance. So this is one very strong success story that we see in India's fight against antimicrobial resistance. And other areas where we see a lot of innovation happening would be digital health, precision medicine. For example, Leicester University just partnered with Apollo Hospitals to come up with a center of digital health and precision medicine in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So these are some of the success stories that we like to take forward, at least in the trade aspect. And another place where we also support a lot of Indian SMEs looking to enter into UK and expand their presence in UK is part of an annual UK India health accelerator program that we keep having every year, which sort of supports a lot of UK companies looking to expand their presence in UK and providing them the pathway and showing them around and giving them that environment to go further. So I would just like to conclude by saying that we are looking to expand these kind of innovations and further these innovations in various subsectors, be it vaccines, be it digital health or medtech, and constantly support these collaborations. And I only see it growing further from here. So thank you so much.
Excellent, Simran. Well, I could not have asked for more. The way you set the context from the UK point. The post-FTA CETA, and His Excellency Mr. Gareth Wynne Owen has always been very vocal in the bilateral relations and opening up opportunities in multiple sectors, not just in life sciences alone, pharma life sciences, but these pharma life sciences form a greater part of the bilateral relations these days, especially the post-CETA. I know UK is very popular in life sciences, in R&D and all, whereas India is very famous for doing a volume business. So together we can do wonders. In fact, I was also part of the delegation when the mayor of the Birmingham came, and along with him, a lot of researchers and the professors of University of Birmingham came. With the CII platform we hosted, I was fortunate to chair that session also a couple of years ago. And it's a long way to go, the relation between UK and India. And at the helm of the affairs, when a diplomat like Mr. Gareth is there, I'm very sure this will further get strengthened. And CII, we promise you, we'll do more connecting programs to reach out to the people who are needy and to develop and trade and business relations between both the countries. Thank you very much once again to both Gareth and you and the entire team of the High Commission of UK. Let me go to down south, almost far east, Australia. The Sangeeta Krishnamurthy, she has been very vocal. As I told you in the beginning, we've been working together for almost 20 years together, 18 years. So the Australia emphasizes collaboration in R&D, digital health, and innovation over pharma. And also the sustainable pharma is one of the key areas. Western Australia, I think there's a big delegation leveraging the new trade agreement also. In fact, after Dubai agreement, the Australia, when the ACTA took place, I'm so fortunate that things are moving in a very positive direction, the business and trade relations in Australia and India. And over to you, Sangeeta, for your deliberations.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for my voice, a bit of a throat infection. But thank you, first of all, to CII and PackCON 2025 for this opportunity to present Australian Trade and Investment Commission on this platform, and pleasure to meet you all. Although Mr. Chakravarti Garu has given the context of what Australia is, I just thought quickly I'll mention it's a federal government representation with its presence here in India, but responsible for South Asia as a market. And I look after the South Asia market for health and technology space. And I'm based, of course, in Hyderabad. And our role is primarily to connect business to business and the communities to bring together for innovation, research, and collaborations. That primarily is what Austrade does. In terms of the ACTA, what Mr. Chakravarti Garu touched upon, there has never been a better time for India and Australia in terms of relationships, because it's now 2 years since the Economic Trade Cooperation Agreement has been in place and has been executed. So there are a number of sectors, including pharma as one of the industry vertical that has got place, and there is a focus in terms of looking at both the nations kind of working together in that space, besides other things like agri-education, which also takes a large chunk in terms of the free trade agreement policies that's there. So that kind of enables a lot of collaborations, which has been the word ever since we started this session. And it is marking, of course, like I said, the second anniversary was there, and I think close to about the third year coming in now. And we see a lot of more progress happening between both the countries. Now, in terms of innovation and collaboration, Australia has always been playing a critical role in terms of shaping the global innovation agenda by leveraging its world-class R&D ecosystem that is there, and they are very well always known for their research capabilities. And they also support a lot of these emerging technologies like AI, quantum, digital health, and all of the other sectors my colleagues mentioned here, which has also been home for Australia as a nation. And these are all combined with strong policy, which is supported by the government in terms of the largest medical research fund, about $20 billion, which is kept aside only for research purpose in Australia. Besides that, there are also manufacturing funds, and there are specific and stringent TGA rules that apply so that only quality products are produced, manufactured, or also researched. So those kind of collaboration and the ecosystem from the government has always been a backbone for working between any of those nations, India, Australia, Bangladesh, Australia, Sri Lanka. So it's okay, I think it's working fine. So that's been the focus, and we've been fortunate to be part of this ecosystem and bringing in a lot of these collaboration. I'll stop there, but of course there are many examples, like Australian companies have enough footprints here in the market. Larger names that you would be very common to are the cochlear implant, which is basically a largest medical device implant company, the only one in the world which has got its presence here over a decade. all of us go through the sleep apnea issue. So ResMed is one of the largest Australian medical device company with its presence. At the moment, thanks to COVID, a number of vaccine collaborations that's there in place, like Zika, of course, COVID, and then the other orphan diseases. So yeah, there are, again, these organizations are meant to be here for those, to accelerate the collaborations, not to kind of come and replace, but to embed with the existing system and to see a win-win situation. So that's what we always work towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sangeeta. You've been a great diplomat for over the years, connecting the countries. And Australia and India have a lot to go these days, especially post-ECTA. So not only the pharma and life sciences vaccines, but if you see the retail outlet like Qmart, if I'm not wrong, there's a lot of Australian products are there. For your benefit, you browse on the net, you will get whatnot, all Australian food products, which we used to think we go to Australia to get them, but they are at your doorstep now. Very famous international brands. I'm not going to name them. Nevertheless, thank you very much for that insight from the Australian point of view. And now I go to the lady on the left to me, Tuce Gul. She's the consul there in the Consul General of Turkey. Orhan Okan is also, His Excellency is our good friend. Currently he's in Ankara, and he sent his greetings this morning to all of you. What to say to deliberate on Turkey.
Thank you. Dear guests, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to CII, because CII is an always important partner for Turkish Consulate General in Hyderabad. They play an active role for enhancing economic and trade relations between two countries. Today, I'm delighted to highlight the collaboration potential between Turkey and India, especially the pharmaceuticals and life sciences and packaging sectors, briefly. These sectors hold strategic importance for both nations. India, as we all know, especially the Hyderabad, has well-established and globally recognized position in these fields. Also, Turkey, with its strong industrial base, high production standards, and open markets, demonstrate remarkable growth in these years. I would like to share some statistics with you. Last year, Turkish pharmaceuticals market reached a value of $7.7 billion US, hosting more than 800 companies, 100 manufacturing facilities, and 73 R&D centers. Turkish pharmaceutical manufacturers are exporting more than 180 countries. Meanwhile, the Turkish medical devices market has reached 4.5 million USD. Medical device regulations are in line with the EU regulations, directives. Health tourism is also very important in Turkey, and it's expanding rapidly. Turkey promotes its health tourism potential through the Heal in Turkey platform. This platform connects international patients with accredited hospitals and clinics across the country. Last year, we hosted over 1.5 million health tourists. As Mr. Chakravarti mentioned before, Turkey is strategically located between Asia and Europe, and Turkey provides easy access to European, Middle Eastern, North African, and CIS markets. This unique position makes Turkey a regional hub for production, innovation, and exports. With these strong foundations, there is wide potential for collaboration for two countries, particularly in the formulation development, biotechnology, clinical research, medical devices, and digital health technologies. Opportunities for joint manufacturing also highly promising. Indian companies can benefit from Turkey's strategic location and its access to EU custom unions by establishing production facilities in Turkey. We also be pleased to welcome you in the Turkey's leading international trade expos. Also, I want to mention about the packaging sector briefly. The packaging sector, also today's focus event, is also a key can be key for the partnership. Turkey ranks among the top packaging countries in Europe. The industry size is around 30 billion USD now. Turkish firms produce smart, eco-friendly, and sustainable packaging solutions for pharma, chemicals, foods, and cosmetics. Our packaging exports exceed $8 billion last year and reaching over 180 countries and including a growth share in the Asia. This strong potential synergy between Turkish and Indian companies is very important, and platforms like PackCON can turn these synergies to real business partnership. As Office of the Commercial Attaché, we continue to promote bilateral trade. We aim to increase visibility of state of Telangana, especially for the Turkey. We encourage more exchanges, trade fairs, business delegations, networking activities. I hope these efforts will deepen our bilateral economic relations. For any business collaboration increase or anything you want from us, please contact me or my office. We can share with you the Turkish exporter list, importer list. We can share with you trade fair list, as well as we can convey your cooperation requests directly to the Turkish companies. Our office is always pleased to engage and cooperate with the CII members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuji. I think that's a wonderful elaboration on part of Turkey. And needless to mention, His Excellency Mr. Burhanu Khan is a great friend of us, a friend of industry and trade here in Hyderabad. You are doing a great guns, connecting to the industry and expanding and elaborating business and trade relations. We keep connected to you on behalf of CII. Thank you very much once again for your coming all the way and giving your insight. Next, I move to the land of tulips. What should I say? Netherlands. It's emotion. Yeah. So Ram, who has been in this business for a long time, international trade. In fact, I've been associated, as I told you, for almost a couple of decades. So Ram is very vocal. And as far as the Netherlands is concerned, I think there are surprises for you. Many people do not know what they are great at. They're not only known for the stroopwafels and the flowers, tulips, but they are known for higher technologies and semiconductors and multiple areas. And in fact, the poultry industry, animal feed, water management, energy management, they are one of the top leaders in the world. And Ram has been connecting the dots between Netherlands and India for a long time, sitting in here in Hyderabad, connecting the two key states, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So Ram, we'd like to know what exactly from your side to offer. Need not necessarily be just farm and licenses. In addition, you can also talk on the USPs of Netherlands to connect with the Telangana and how the CII is helping you in the council to take it forward. Over to you, Ram.
Thank you, Chakravarti Garu. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, CII and TG-PackCON, for giving me an opportunity. So I'd just like to give you a brief about the Netherlands. Netherlands is a small, tiny country with 43,000 square kilometer, with 18 million people. I'd say equivalent to Mumbai population. And the GDP is around $57,000. And in terms of the industry, I think we are first largest flower exporters in the world. Third largest exporters of horticulture, that is the vegetables and everything in the world. And coming to the innovation part, I think we are the seventh place in the global innovation index. That's the brief about Netherlands. And particularly food processing, I think our exports more than 25% of the food processing, including the poultry, aquaculture, meat, whatever. So it actually goes from Netherlands to the entire Europe. And hope most of you might have tasted the cheese from the Netherlands, like the Gouda cheese, etc. Very famous cheese from the Netherlands, available in most of the stores in Hyderabad also. And coming to the Telangana in relation with the Netherlands, and we have more than 40 Netherlands-based companies already have a presence in Telangana. They were multi-sector. It's, I think, as Chakravarti Garu has mentioned, very strong on agriculture and allied sectors. A lot of animal nutrition companies already have their manufacturing facilities in Hyderabad. And we do very strong on renewable energy. I hope you might have used the Supergas. I think Supergas, most of them are known gas company, first private gas company in India from the Netherlands. They actually started in Hyderabad. I can speak about Netherlands, I think, in a whole, about 24 hours like that. So, and hope everybody knows about the Philips. Philips is the Netherlands-based company, which from electronics to the lighting to the medical scanners and smaller devices to big devices. So most of them are known. I mean, the Philips is a well-known company, and from radios to televisions to everything. So. Coming to the India and Netherlands relation, I think we have more than 400 companies, Netherlands-based companies operating in India. And as I mentioned, like we have more than 40 companies in Telangana. We have another 6 companies in Andhra Pradesh. And there are a lot of interest actually from the Netherlands companies want to come and invest in here. A recent development, I think I could, I want to share the Heineken beer. You might have, most of them might have tasted the Heineken beer. So they are actually planning to set up their largest global capability center outside Netherlands in Hyderabad. They are going to start with the people from 800. In the next 3 years, they are going to recruit 3,000 people. Entire their back-end operations for the Heineken entire globe, their back-end operations will be from the Hyderabad side. And last month, we have a direct flight from Amsterdam to Hyderabad. So KLM has started the flight. So I think that's the thing. And coming to the life sciences sector, I think we are Netherlands is very strong on research and development collaborations. And one place called Leiden. Leiden is a place where you have Leiden Science Park, where a lot of multinational companies, they have manufacturing facilities there, including a few companies from India are also having manufacturing R&D facilities in the Netherlands. And you heard about if any Indian company wants to export to the Europe, any pharmaceutical products, they need to take approval from European Medicine Agency, which is again headquartered in Amsterdam. So most of these pharma companies, if they want to get regulatory approvals done for their products going into the Europe, I think they have to approach the EMA. The inspectors will come and inspect and give the approval to that. And coming to the one more additional point, I think you heard about the Rotterdam port. Rotterdam port is the largest port in the Europe. And majority of the exports from India going into the Europe, they use the port of Rotterdam. Either it is pharmaceutical products or food products or ready-made garments or even the petroleum products, whichever goes from India to the Europe actually goes to the port of Rotterdam. I mean, these are the few points I would like to, bring it to your notice. I'm happy to support if anybody wants to connect with me, and maybe I'll speak later about the innovation part. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ram. Needless to say, I think it takes more than 24 hours if you start explaining about the capabilities and innovations happening in Netherlands. If I say anything more, it looks a little partial. But at the same time, I'm very fortunate to connect with Netherlands directly, indirectly for the past 25 years by now. I think. When are you giving me a diplomatic? Yeah. Wonderful human being, Ram Vedantam. He has been very connected to the industry. I think all of you can get benefited during the break in the evening. Please interact with him. There's a lot to do in the collaborations, a lot to know about their innovations, and something for everyone, I promise you. Well, last but not least, that's the biggest country, I must say. Many Indians dream going to Canada, settling over there, doing business, coming back, going back again, whatnot. And recently I had the fortune of interacting with the new High Commissioner, Chris Cooter. What a man he is. A great diplomat. I think he complimented our Hyderabad when he came here. A couple of days he was here, and we had detailed discussions with him along with his colleague, the Senior Trade Commissioner, Martin Barat, and also the Minister Council for Ed Yeager, I think so. It's a big team. They are very proactive. I think I must say, business with Canada is transforming. It is something different from what it was. I don't want to explain about the geopolitical situation which was happening a few months ago, but I assure you from our part, there's a very cordial relations between the High Commissions, both the High Commissions. Even Mr. Dinesh Patnaik was recently appointed as a High Commissioner, if I'm correct. I think I had a talk with him also. Wonderful gentleman. Simultaneously, the High Commissioners are appointed also. This really signals the reopening of the great business relations with both countries. But for us, Mr. Vikram Jain is the diplomat. He is the connecting point. He has been always available for us. You must have seen him several occasions. I'm very glad to have him here on the DS today. What do you, Vikram, to develop on what's happening over there?
Good afternoon, everyone. So at the outset, first let me thank CII and Chakravarti Garu in particular. Chakravarti Garu is a key pillar and an architect who's trying to connect Telangana industries with all the foreign missions, very active across all the bodies, chamber. So I'm grateful to you, Chakravarti Garu, for providing this opportunity. My name is Vikram Jain. I head the Canadian Trade Office in Hyderabad. High Commission of Canada has a network of 8 offices. So we have High Commission in Delhi, 3 consulates, and then there are 4 trade missions. Our mandate is to promote bilateral trade and investment opportunities between the 2 countries. As far as Telangana and Andhra Pradesh is concerned, we have about 40 Canadian companies who have got active linkages with companies, institutions across all the sectors. Some of the notable among them include Thomson Reuters, which I'm sure all of you must have kind of used their services. So they have a large presence here in Hyderabad, team of about 4,000 people. We have a company called OpenText, which is a global leader in enterprise data management. They employ thousands of people. Similarly, in the pharma space, we have a company called Jam Pharma, a leading name in generics in Canada. They have a center of excellence and manufacturing presence. We have multiple companies in the infrastructure sector as well. So massive presence in Hyderabad and even in South India in general. The Canada-India trade relationship is very, very strong. The economic relationship is close to about $100 billion. Canadian pension funds, institutional investors are very, very active in India across infrastructure, clean tech, green energy projects. I'm sure the project which is owned by a Canadian group called Fairfax with a strong connection to Hyderabad. So as you must be knowing, Fairfax is owned by Mr. Prem Vatsa, so a Telugu boy, so matter of great pride for all of us. In terms of sectoral opportunities, I think there are a lot of briefly touch about 3 to 4 sectors without taking too much of time. Aerospace and defense sector is a very, very important sector in and around Hyderabad. Canada is now obligated under NATO terms that it has to increase its defense spending from 1% to 5% in coming years, which provides a lot of opportunities for Canadian companies and companies from this part of the region to collaborate. We are interested in procurement. We are interested in partnerships. We are interested in joint ventures, tech partnerships. So any kind of opportunity where you want to engage with Canadian companies, feel free to get in touch with us. The other sector, which of course I see a lot of companies from life sciences sector. Canada is a global leader. In terms of sectoral opportunities, pharma, biopharma is a strong sector. We see a lot of opportunities in terms of drug discovery, research collaboration. Medical devices is a key sector. A lot of Canadian companies work on that particular space. We have nutraceuticals, healthcare, IT. So these are some of the subsectors where Canada has a lot of presence. My colleagues from other missions have said it's because of the strong innovation ecosystem, talent availability, research incentives that the government of Canada offers to some of these companies make Canadian ecosystem strong, and we are looking to collaborate. Clean and green energy is another an important area, whether it comes to waste management, solid, water, efficiencies, improvement. These are some of the areas where we could collaborate with companies and infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, close to about $70 billion have been invested by Canadian institutional investors across various projects in the country. Canadian companies, in fact, are active in Hyderabad as well, whether it is urban master planning, transportation planning, large projects. In fact, Chakravarti Garu was just alluding about a visit of High Commissioner Cooter. So we had the pleasure of meeting Chief Minister last week, and some of the project opportunities which we discussed was Musi River Water Development Project, Bharat Mobility, the Future City, which is basically a $10 billion capital outlay project which the state government wants to build, metro project. So I'll stop here. This thing, I don't want to go into too much detail, but we are here through support of Chakravarti Garu. Happy to connect, engage, and collaborate with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Vikram. As true to your personality, you've been very connected despite the platforms. As an individual also, you have that proactive approach. And thank you very much. And we are fortunate to have you in Hyderabad for some time already now. And thanks to all the embassy representatives. I consider you as, okay, if not first-line diplomats, you're the second-line diplomats. You are the ambassadors for us, as I already told you. So we will take a rapid round. For each question, you can choose whoever has to answer and a couple of lines so that we have very good sessions following up also. And I touch upon innovation. I think probably Sangeeta can address. So how these innovations partnerships are more outcome driven, rather it is on the paper, or how you foresee them?
Thank you for that question. One of the initiative Australia has is called the Australia-India, and specific to India now, Australia-India Business Exchange, which is primarily focused on pure commercial aspects. Yes, MOUs and meeting and greeting and all is there, but when we talk an initiative under this umbrella, there is specific activities for engagements with startup, education skills exchange, and all these things are focused and targeted, like how towards kind of getting into a commercial and getting into a dollar value. And at the end of the day, all of us work for the net benefit of the countries that we represent, and which is why these initiatives help in terms of bringing those collaborations, in terms of turning it into commercial opportunities and bringing those business to the table, rather than only signing it on the paper and then a picture for the LinkedIn maybe. Yeah, that's what has been the focus for us.
You said it right. But yeah, you are practical. I truly appreciate it. Maybe Ram also add a little bit on the innovation angle. I've been doing a lot between Netherlands and India. Yeah. And a lot of innovations bilaterally are turning up business opportunities also, to my experience as well. Maybe we hear from Ram.
Yeah. Thank you. The innovation collaboration between India and Netherlands happen, and also India and Europe, because Netherlands is part of Europe. So we have an organization called Netherlands Research Organization. It's called NWO. We closely work with the organization like DBT, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology in Delhi. Not only in Delhi, but even at the state level, we closely talk to the incubation like T-Hub in Hyderabad, or we have ICICI Knowledge Park Incubation Center in Hyderabad. So we closely work with those research institutions and also incubation centers. We whatever the money part from the government of from the Netherlands side, it will be borne by the government of Netherlands. So we call it as triple helix model. The government and the research institution and the companies, all three together will invest money in any by any research happening in any particular country. For example, India looking for, there is some common areas where they could do research. Example, space sector or water sector or any other sector. They want to have a common problem where they want to research together. Though whatever the expenses from Netherlands side, the Netherlands government and the company will put the money. And similarly, from the government of India side, they the DBT, DST or BIRAC, these kind of institutions, the government also involved in it. So just not only putting money, not only for the bringing the papers, but actually they will bring it into the realities. So the universities like Maastricht, they actually closely work with the
University of Delft,
Tata Energy Research Institution.
University of Delft.
Sorry?
University of Delft.
University of Delft. They work on, the Maastricht work on healthcare, on the cancer research, and also Delft working on the maritime sector. I think the aerospace engineering, space engineering, so a lot of collaboration is happening actually in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. In fact, if I add anything, as I told you, I leave everything to Ram on Netherlands, but for other countries. So, Vikram, a little bit, one line on innovations in digital health. We are very vocal on Canada in digital health.
Yeah, so thank you, Chakravarti Garu. It's a very important subsector within the spectrum of life sciences. At High Commission, we have been actively working with Canadian companies as well as exploring certain project opportunities. We are working with Apollo Hospitals, AIG Hospitals here in Hyderabad, trying to bring Canadian companies with digital health expertise and trying to develop new products and basically bring solutions from Canada if it can be used, validated, or commercially make them available in India. And one small point which I would like to also engage is Canadian digital health companies are participating at Arab Health, so which in its new avatar is World Health Expo. So companies who are interested to collaborate with Canadian companies, I'll personally be there at Dubai. Mr. Chakravarti Garu attends this year every year. So in his capacity as Pharmexcel and Global Ambassador of World Packaging Organization. So we will be very happy to connect you in the digital health
That's
space.
a big opportunity. In fact, a lot of people started visiting, rather exhibiting also, few of the people. It is getting a big traction when this Arab Health is transformed into World Health Expo. I think there are big opportunities over there. Thank you very much for that deliberation, Mr. Vikram Jain. And I go to my friend Simran Masan. When you talk about the regulatory and R&D models, I think it can't be a better time when you talk about UK and Indian collaboration. A lot of Indian companies now, they're setting their shop there and with approvals and manufacturing, and the innovations in the UK are happening and bilateral collaborations are happening. MHRA is the agency which we talk about. After USFDA, it's more popular among all the people. Many of our companies have MHRA approvals. When we talk about the setting of standards and compliances and regulatory, I think we always talk about USFDA and also MHRA. You touch upon a few points on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, of course, as you mentioned, there are a lot of Indian bulk drugs as well as, APIs and formulations that are being exported from India to UK and being used across the whole NHS ecosystem. And of course, that goes through via MHRA. We constantly engage with MHRA, especially when we have Indian investors who have invested, in UK and have set up, offices over there, supporting them in terms of, liaising and understanding the regulatory pathways. As part of the UK-India CETA that will be coming into force next year, like I mentioned, there are regulatory frameworks that are being talked about between MHRA and CDSCO to again streamline approvals and ensure data exclusivity for Indian companies looking to further increase their exports to UK and streamline the whole regulatory process. And we hope that will again improve by next year. We keep having MHRA colleagues and inspectors coming to India and engaging with stakeholders over here to understand what are the key issues or hurdles that are being faced by Indian companies, looking to go over there. So I think these are essentially sort of the key points from mine in terms. One more thing I think I can mention is what we can learn is when in licensing access pathway that MHRA sort of conducts from their end, when they see very, very innovative medicines which require sort of faster approvals, that is one pathway that they have for faster access to that and faster approval to those medicines. So that's one new thing that we could imbibe and learn from what MHRA does in UK. Yeah.
Wonderful, Simran. In fact, we are so fortunate to have you. Recently, she's here in our Deputy High Commission. Earlier, she was in Mumbai. She's been a great vocal support in pharma and life sciences landscape for a long time. We are so glad that she's here with us, connecting the dots in this arena. And before closing this, maybe I will ask Tujay, and this is a continuation to my dear friend Sangeeta told. See, we talk about a lot of MOUs between the countries, between the organizations, etc. And you represent the Turkey, one of the most economically developed country, 11th in the world already? Okay, we are third.
Yes, we are third.
Okay, so how do we move from MOUs to the measurable action in collaborations? Because you've been working in the council for a long time. I think you must have practical experiences also. So how we convert the MOUs on paper to real collaborations and fruitful collaborations?
Thank you so much for the question. Actually, we are here for that reason. As a Consulate General, Office of the Commercial Attaché, we work on that because we need collaboration. We have not too much MOUs maybe, and for the next level, we worked a lot. Frankly speaking, when in Turkey, when you say India, they always focus Mumbai and Delhi. And we are here for the increased awareness about, especially South India, Telangana and Hyderabad. So I hope we'll do next step, move from the MOUs. I hope the best.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, diplomats. That comes to an almost end. And a big thanks to Sangeeta, Ram, Tuche, Simran, Vikram. I'm sorry, I'm calling by first names, each of them. They are so close. But they are honorable diplomats for us. Thank you all once again. These valuable insights from all of you. And I can say what stands out clearly is that the future of healthcare and life sciences, which is the topic of the today, will be collaborative, not competitive. Definitely, it's for the bilateral benefits actually. And India is ready to open for deeper partnerships in science, sustainability, and shared prosperity. On behalf of the entire CII team, on behalf of my chairman, Mr. R. Sivaprasad Reddy, Mr. Gautam Reddy, Vice Chair, and on behalf of all the senior team headed by the past chairs and my state council, entire CII team, and not last but importantly, on behalf of entire CII TG-PackCON team, I sincerely thank all of you, our diplomatic representatives, for being part of this important conversation. And together, let us continue to turn ideas into impact. Sangeeta, definitely, I think, and collaborations into real progress. Thank you all once again. Thank you once again.
Wonderful session. Had a good time.
Well, my friends, I think that's a good session. My sincere thanks to all my dear friends. Honoring our request, I also request you to interact with them over tea. In the evening, we have a wonderful high tea networking. All the dignitaries, you can all interact with each other. I request you all to make best use of this opportunity today. And well, we are talking about that kind of a disruptive session. Mr. Jignesh Thalasila. If you are on Instagram, if you don't know him, just type Jignesh now, right now. You'll get to know. If you follow him, you will be having another 1,000 followers today. Right? Not exaggerating. And in fact, I fell for him when I was seeing his videos. But the podcasting is not his business. It started as a hobby. It's still a hobby for him. But he is a frontline AI expert. And today he is going to tell all of us, I think it is the most important time of your life, at least for today. These next 15-20 minutes, what Jignesh is going to tell you, how a CXO can embrace AI in his life and how he get benefited, how he, of course, he touches upon life sciences as well. Jignesh Thalasila is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Prospect AI, a Hyderabad-based, no, I know he doesn't want, but I take 1 minute, HR tech company transforming how organizations assess and hire talent. Combining AI, game science, and behavioral psychology, Prospect AI builds engaging data-driven assessment platforms that enable companies to evaluate cognitive and behavioral skills with greater accuracy and fairness. With a background of mechanical engineering, Jignesh began his career at Accenture before venturing into entrepreneurships. His earlier ventures, including Dot Education and his role at Canvera Online, reflect his long-standing commitment to learning innovations and technology-enabled talent development. Well, my friends, since founding Prospect AI in 2017, Jignesh has led his evolution into a trusted partner for leading enterprises such as PwC India, Aditya Birla Capital, Schneider Electric, and Byju's as well. In fact, under his leadership, the company has already received multiple honors, including Best HR Tech Startups and T-Hub's Comeback Champion Award in 2022. Jignesh is passionate about bridging psychology and technology to create unbiased, immersive, and predictive talent assessment experiences. A regular speaker and mentor in India's startup ecosystem, he advocates for ethical AI, continuous learning, and the future of work at the intersection of human and machine intelligence. So his podcasting experience, I'm not explaining. Just type his name in Google, you'll find out. Over to you. The stage is yours, Jignesh.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Feed it, you got the feed? Okay. Have you received the feed from the system? Ah, good. Awesome. Can I have a hand mic, please? Check. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm standing in front of experts, not being an expert of your space, trying to convince you that, I have something that you all have to be convinced about. So that is going to be the next 15 minutes. And by the way, at the end of the 15 minutes, you will all be convinced. So with that, I'll begin. So today, whatever I'm going to talk about is my little knowledge of your domain with a lot of knowledge that I've acquired over the last few months, added together and brought together. So the title is something that I figured out only in the morning at 11 o'clock, and that is what you're seeing here. From molecules to machines, what is going to happen in the next 4 to 5 years in the space of manufacturing, in the convergence of life sciences. That is going to be the agenda for the next 10-15 minutes. So let's begin with what is the landscape. So let's start by understanding 2 important advancements coming or have already come in the market space, especially to be impacted in the life sciences area. The first one is a recent Google's announcement. This is only a 2 weeks ago news. I don't know how many of you have come across this. Anyone? Awesome. That makes it much more interesting. So Google has a model, an open source model ecosystem called Gemma. So using Gemma, they started experimenting multiple use cases just with this LLM called Gemma. Now, one interesting experiment that they did is all about what you're seeing here. This is called C2S scale. That's a model name. You don't need to know that. It's okay. Let's understand what it does. So they took the data of all the research published from clinical trials to molecular research of interactions of every kind of cell with all kinds of molecules in the drug industry. They took all the data. They fed this data. By the way, this data could be in the form of numbers, could be formed in words, etc., etc. So they first converted the data into sentences. So cell to sentence comes from there. So all the cellular data is converted to sentences. Now, once it is converted to sentences, it's much easier for an LLM to understand and play from there on. So that's how they use the Gemma LLM to play with this. Now, what did it do? Why are we so much talking about this? The entire world is talking about this for the last 2 weeks now. So it did something very interesting. It did not create anything new. It did not invent anything new. But it did something that a human would take otherwise 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years. We never know. But that model, in a span of a week, could solve that problem without wasting so much time, which humans might or might not solve. So what did it do? So there was research on myeloma and kidney cancers. They wanted to understand how a particular drug's efficacy could be improved. So they were looking at all the possibilities, and somehow they also founded upon this particular model. So they gave all the data, the cell structure, the actual compound that is being used, and they wanted it to be more effective. You know what it did? It went through all the cellular interactions that have happened in the database that it has got, and it figured out there is one drug which is also in trials for something else altogether, nothing to do with this problem, which, if introduced into this ecosystem, will help our immune system to target the early cancer cells. And that drug will do the targeting part and kill it. So this compound would otherwise be no one be thinking about such a use case for this compound. The AI figured out that this compound's interaction has always found that way to point, here is the cancer cell coming up, and that helped them solve the problem. And by the way, they have actually tested this too in the lab, and physically it worked. So this is where the medical research is going from a LLM standpoint. By the way, it is so tough for me to pronounce that compound, so I put it in the red there. I don't know if some of you could relate to that particular compound. Now, so this is not past, this is current. This is not future, this is current. Now let's look about what is near future. There is if you are on internet, you can also search this. There's a website called character.ai. So today in the world of products and software and startups, what we do is we need to have every product tested by all kinds of people so that we know how people perceive that product so that we can fine tune it for the best experience. Customer support, etc., everything else. So there, an interesting tool called character.ai has been leveraged. It was never built for that purpose. It is more like chatbot with different personas, that's it. But people realized, if this chatbot has got different human personas, why can't I use this as a testing bot for me to test different human personas on my product? That's how they started using it. Now, believe me, there are companies working on an exact similar model for trials or pre-human trials as well. Can we create that human characteristics with gene behavior and the cellular behavior and the diseases and efficacies and everything else into that bot, into those personas, And can we use them as the first level preclinical trial experience? So this is how the world of life sciences is going to be impacted, especially with AI. And this is nothing future, it is all happening as we speak. By the way, the Gemma model is already open sourced, so if you want to try, in research communities, they have given it as an open source platform. You can go to huggingface.com, and that's where you'll find all these models. So that is part one. Now, anyway, since I've discussed that, I'll add one more point there. Recently, I've started my journey towards anti-aging and longevity. So, again, I was too heavy back in the day. In January, I was 105, and now you see me how I am. My pants do not fit me anymore, in a good way. So now, the journey happened, but in this journey, I had so many questions, so many aspects of understanding my own nutrition, my own supplementation. At some point, I was taking 35 supplements a day. All good ones, by the way. So I was never taking any, I was so afraid of taking any supplement in the past, but now I'll do that. So all this transformation happened with the support of AI. So there's a Stanford model, bunch of models, by the way. So on huggingface.com, it's a simple model trained with every possible data set of clinical prescriptions. We took that. I myself have built a bot and started playing with it. And then a lot of my reports come in. I use my reports. I went to lovable.com. By the way, it's an interesting website if you are not aware of it. Lovable.com is the lightest tool that you could use to build your own applications. It's a ChatGPT to build applications. So I went to lovable.com. I used the free version, and they created an application where I can upload my reports every month, and it gives me a summary and trajectory of where I'm growing and where I'm falling down. How is my trajectory looking like? So this is how I personally started using AI in my own health and wellness aspect of it. So this is the landscape. So you understood where we are right now. Now, with this landscape, what is the impact that can happen, especially for you in your business? Not in a good way, but in a bad way. The bottleneck for you is going to be when discovery is fast, delivery also should be. Right now, it might not be. So they are initially taking 10 years and 15 years to build a molecule, and you have enough time, ample time to set up your own production lines, machines, and everything else around it, but now you won't have that luxury anymore. So the entire top spectrum is going to go pretty fast. So now the bottom layer has to adopt and move as fast, if not faster. So that is going to be the immediate bottleneck for all of you, especially in the manufacturing space. Now, how do we solve this? What are the things to look for to actually solve this? That's where you need to look beyond LLMs. LLMs, yes, that will help them more than you, but there is something called world models. Not many people might have even heard of this term called world models, because it is not present, it is future. The entire bet of Facebook and everyone, in fact, one of the godfathers of AI called Lee Kun, is all spending his time on building this world model. So what are these world models and how are they going to impact you? Take an example. Today, when you ask a ChatGPT or anything else to give you a sentence, you all know it is just predicting the next word, correct? So it is good at predicting words. Now, believe me, in our entire human interaction, language is only 5% of our daily aspect of communication. Forget communication, daily aspect of whatever any human does. What about the rest of the 95%? We are looking, we are observing, we are maintaining, we are moving, we are acting, we are holding, we are figuring out things from the world as it is, not words. Take the same example, a cat. A cat is trying to jump from this table to that table. It went into its jump motion. Now it exactly can predict, okay, if I put so-and-so effort, I'll land in that direction. If I have to adjust my tail like this, I'll land there in a slightly deviation. So no one has trained this. There is no way to train it via voice. And that is where the world models come. So the world model's whole impact is, it can predict what will happen next in the world, the real world. Not the words, world. Now that's an amazing insight. This is exactly the real capability that humans have. Now if you bring this capability to a CC camera, what will happen? Right before an accident is about to happen, I get an alert. If I bring this capability to a robot, what will happen? If someone is coming, forget robot, this is much more easy to relate example. We all drive in Indian roads, and we all know when our friends from the international world come to our world, They're so spellbound of how you drive in this road. Because when someone is suddenly crossing the road, you know exactly to estimate where they're going to come and then you navigate accordingly without slowing down. This is our human capability build. What is that we are going to give to models now? The same thing on a production line. A robot will understand something is going to crash. It will take a deviation and go by doing itself. So these world models are the future. And not very far, 3 to 4 years from now. Now, what are these world models going to be leveraged in, especially in your world? We call it the lights out factory. Recently, I did a podcast with someone who has set up the entire industrial engineering department for Apple, for iPhone production. And this gentleman was throwing amazing light into what is happening in China, what is happening in Taiwan, what is happening in the research centers of these Apple centers. And one of the important points he brought in is lights out automation. He took an example of a cigarette making factory in China, which is entirely run by 4 people with no lights in the factory. They just have a command room, they sit there, and everything does it automated. Now that is not future, that is already China. India still have advantage of people at low cost, but you all know it is not going to be there anymore like that. So we are all heading towards lights out automation. And for lights out automation, robotics is important, and for robotics, world models are important. And by the way, they're not coming in this order, they're all coming together. So in 3 years' time, believe me, if you're not ready by then, this is all gone. You'll again regret, like you're already regretting with ChatGPTs and AIs and etc. that people have already done so much already. So this is the future for you. Now, how can you work on it now? What can you do now? So I've created small material for you. I'll share this deck with you all. Probably you can start doing whatever is shown in this to immediately take advantage of this. So the first page is about making your MacBook your lab. So all your machines have to be now empowered. You don't need anything. I just have my machine here, that's it. This is my lab. From clinical trials to molecular biology to anything, this is still your lab. To do that, you need to be aware of certain tools, certain resources, certain people. Now what are they? Number 1, people to follow. These are some of the best people I would say you should start with. This is not the whole list. I would have a list of 120 people, but this is a list that you have to start with. So my world models, especially since it is something we are talking about, Jan LeCun, godfather of AI. Then there is Andrew Carpathy, who built the AI for Tesla and also is known in the world of Silicon Valley for something very special. Andrew Ng, he is the father of everything that we are seeing right now. He is the one who brought AI education to everyone. When Coursera launched, his was the first course. So he now created an open source platform because Coursera is not anymore free. So he created something called deeplearning.ai. If you have kids, if you want to learn, there are half-an-hour courses to 1-hour courses to 6-week courses there, free of cost. From the experts of each of these companies coming and teaching you there. So that's about deeplearning.ai. And then there are a bunch of others, but I would always look for, everyone knows Elon Musk for robots, but there is one gentleman who not many people know. That's Brett Addock from Figure AI. Right now, if someone is really automating the floor, that's Figure AI, not Elon Musk Optimus yet. So these are the people you should be aware of to start with. There is more, but you begin with this. Then, what tools to start with? I've classified your tool segment into 3. Number 1, you have to start running your systems on your laptops. To do that, you just need these simple three sets of tools. Download them, start playing with any model like Gemma I was talking about. You could install it after you go back home tonight and start playing with it. You just upload your data and then start playing with it. Then once you set up this system where you create your own private LLM for your own computer, then you go to the second level. Can I create those digital avatars? Can I create those digital replicas of us and our factories? We call them digital twins, you're all aware of it. But there is AI that you can leverage from digital twins angle too. And these are certain tools that you can begin with. Once you're done with all these 2 aspects, then we go to the most important aspect, how you use AI on a day-to-day basis. We all use ChatGPT as a separate tool. Not anymore. We should be now using AI browsers like Comet, Atlas. So these are actual AI browsers that you need to start using today. Anyway, Comet is free because you're all Airtel subscribers. If not, be a subscriber. Otherwise, you have all of the other things too. By the way, Jio is launching something with Google too now. And very soon, Google will launch its own AI browser, but it will take some time. So those are the browsers that you need to be using. You should be AI first from native thinking point of view. That means you have to use everything on such a browser. So start using those browsers. And there are certain deep insight tools where you have to create those workflows and etc. You can also leverage those other aspects. So that's very, very briefly where we are going, what is coming next, and what you should be doing now. Thank you. Any questions? Awesome. Thank you.
I think they are really overwhelmed by the information you gave, which I think they would not have got it for so many months, even if they start doing it, all at one package you gave. And for your benefit, this presentation is already live telecasted. More than 30,000 people are already watching, not the 100 people over here. And I'm so happy for you, and thanks for coming at a short notice.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. A small...
oh, you have a real-time thing going on?
We are in a nice...
Nice, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, thanking Jignesh once again. He promises to be in touch, but okay, it's a $1 billion question. The way he's so busy, all his 24 hours is occupied. The best way is to follow him on the social media, mostly on Insta. Thank you. Yeah. And LinkedIn and also Instagram. Thank you, Jignesh. See you sometime soon. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Well, my friends, we have a quick fireside chat. The most enterprising packaging technocrat, in fact, the wealth of knowledge oozes out from him, even though so young, maybe half my age, but yet I have no doubt he must be knowing more than me in certain aspects. Mr. Bhupesh Mittal flew all the way from Mumbai. He's a technical packaging program lead, Asia Pacific, APAC, Bayer Group. Welcome, Bhupesh, onto the days. And our own Mr. Nagabhushan Sastri, Head of Department of Technical, Best Pack Projects, Global Oral Care from Procter & Gamble. Between both of them, they discuss 20 minutes max, pioneering circularity in sustainable design, a real fireside chat we are going to witness. Over to both of you gentlemen. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chakravarti Garu and CII for this opportunity. The flow would be, both of us, from same institute, I think we were sharing the flow. It would be, we'll introduce ourselves first, and then we talk about our perspective on circularity versus packaging design. In general, we are coming from both different backgrounds. So I'm from FMCG, and he's going to be on
mainly on the healthcare
industry. So that will be like this, and then we will take a few questions if audience has. Okay? Over to you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for Chakravarti sir for the nice introduction. Just to introduce briefly, I am Bhupesh Mittal. I have almost 50. So before that, I have passion and love for packaging. This is not only a job for me, this is a kind of mission for me. I have approximately 15 years of experience, and I worked with mainly the FMCG and healthcare industry, but my interest is more to change the thinking. We think about the healthcare industry because in FMCG company, everybody is talking about sustainability, circular economy, but if we think about the healthcare lens, very few companies, or mainly the global multinational, are talking about the sustainability or circular economy. Otherwise, because of some compliance related restrictions, we are not very much thinking about sustainability. So my mission and my flow today is with respect to how from the consumer or the healthcare industry, we can do certain small things just to promote the sustainability and circular economy in our products, our packaging. Not very big changes or not very complex changes, but the circular economy is not asking us to do the rocket science. It's the simple thing and keep it simple only. So this is the thing which I believe in, and I also need everyone's support and everyone's advocacy just to promote the mission along with me to increase the sustainability in whatever capacity we have in our job, in our role as a citizen of India and citizen of the global world. So that's the thing we will follow, and probably that you can ask the questions with respect to our perspectives and with respect to whatever you have, whatever feedback you have with respect to our mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhupesh. So let me share my perspective on circularity with respect to packaging design. So the circularity for me has two ways to do it. That's how it has been. One is reusable and second is recyclable. Let me illustrate the reusability with an example. And most of the people might visited Tirupati. You saw all glass bottles like this being circulated there, right? So it was more the water bottles in Tirupati as a system. It is more on glass bottles. And if you buy first time, they may charge 25 rupees, and then you can return this bottle with 10 rupees doing that. I spent, like last February I was there, and I spent about 2 days. While returning back, I was thinking, why not this glass bottle be replaced by a plastic reusable one? Then my thinking was like, it can be. The point was on, it was more of not material choice. We have been talking about circularity on material front for many years. But my understanding is more on, if the system is available, plastic would have been replaced glass bottle. That's a simpler example that I can see. So what does it mean is, we need to understand what system available within our own ecosystem and then start using the packaging materials as such. The second way out I was calling is recyclability. Today, I think I'll give you one of the best example as a Australasian recycle logo. How Australia and New Zealand does this, okay? It's a very, very interesting. So from in my current role, we export a lot of products to Australia and New Zealand, where the labeling system is very different. What they have called PREP tool, it stands for Packaging Recyclability Evaluation Portal, which is called PREP tool. This is a government own website. It's a government website, and companies are voluntary to get the sign-ins. Okay, once they have registered, they can log into this website and they start inputting the package what they are going to deliver it. The inputs are very interesting to me. It's a very holistic. Like example, it's shape of the pack, size of the pack, weight of the material that you use, what inks being used, adhesives, colorants, etc. What does it mean is, today we talk about circularity with respect to purely material. Suppose I have a paper label. In general, it strucks to us like paper label is okay to be, because it is a natural material, it can be recycled. But however, suppose I attach this paper to a blister and I could not able to peel it off. That means it is making the entire pack partially recyclable. So this tool has very, very intuitive way to look at it is before I launch any pack. It gives you a certain degree of certainty, like whether this pack is going to be recyclable or not. The prep tool gives the output of a labels, output of a images where it is recyclable or partially recyclable or non-recyclable. And these images have to be picked up and to be part of artwork. How this works, once the moment it becomes part of artwork, anyone, suppose two companies offering same product and consumer picks it up and started looking at both side by side, and one pack is fully recyclable as per the label and another is partially recyclable. As a consumer, you get definitely biased towards the recycled one versus that is actually creating a competition in a positive way. How that going to work? Why I am mentioning about this tool is this would be a right forum for me to share, at least even for the Indian government to look at it. We have plastic waste management rules, right? These rules sometimes leave it to the judgment, or there will be inconclusiveness in the sentences that make. Suppose if you have a tool that can be input by a packaging development guy, right from the beginning, before it even enter into the market, we can able to adjust it. Suppose as a packaging technician, someone did the input and then it found to be a partially recyclable. Immediately the question comes, how can I make it recyclable, right? So we are not looking biased about the material as such, but we are looking at the system that is available to us to make it fully recyclable. So I want to share this particular perspective, and I want to conclude this. The aspect of circularity, not just material. It is about the system that we have, that we can apply also, and then from there we can able to take it. So as a whole package, whether it is going to be a recyclable one or not, that is going to be a key thing versus individual material that we would say. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And this thing, if we can start at the early stage of the development, then it's better. So I have a statistics of European Commission, like 88% of the environment impact of the package determined by the early stage development. If we get the circularity in the beginning of the development, then we get the benefit. And it's not about only the things which is very complex. With respect to the healthcare industry, so as we all know, most of the companies are facing challenges of PVC. So PVC is becoming a very challenging thing for all of us. So and that's challenge for everyone, not specific to buyer or any other company. So what the companies did, they made alliance, the blister packaging alliance, and they are doing research together just to replace the PVC kind of material, which is not good for the environment, and they are doing it into the stages. So last year, companies developed and commercially launched the monomaterial PET, and Bayer also launched one product in that in Europe, and probably that will also scaled up in the other part of the world. And that single, so along with the get rid of PVC, we also thought on the circularity and management of cost effectiveness. By that single solution only, we reduced the weight of the packaging by 18%, carbon footprint also reduced by 38%, and water which is required to make the pack is reduced by 78%, that's huge, and also the landfill is reduced by 53%. So along with the get rid of PVC, whatever solution we have developed, also giving the benefit with respect to environmental things, and also cost is at par. It's not anything which we have increased. And not only the material, as Mr. Shastri said, only the small thinkings or only the small thing which with respect to the overall observations. So I worked in 3M for a significant part of my career, and what I learned there, they are working on many of the solutions. Probably we are also not aware. In one of our project, we used the in-house temperature-resistant film of 3M that absorbs 78% heat. So the air condition requirement is very less. That is also one thing of circularity. We are not using more energy. And also with respect to the other things, if because the healthcare industry is such like that, we have many restrictions with respect to compliance. So it's not like we only work on the primary packaging. There are so many opportunities available. We just need to broaden our observation. So the latest example, not specific to the healthcare industry, but everyone might have seen the companies are getting rid of the folding carton from the tubes. So they are selling tubes directly. So that's a small thinking, but very big impact. And also with respect to tertiary packaging and the palletizer, even that can be recycled or that can be reused. Nobody is asking us to not reuse the secondary and tertiary packaging. Even when I worked in GSK Consumer Healthcare, we had a brand Horlicks. So what we did, we get the empty container of Horlicks in the commercial corrugated shipper from the molder to GSK factory, and then reuse the same shipper for the commercialization of the filled pack. So that's how we were saving one shipper, and that was also one of the things we were contributing in the circularity. So I feel that is only the awareness and the observation thing, which is important when we talk about the circularity. And as Mr. Shastri said, not very specific to big innovations and big material change. Want to add something?
I'm fine, yeah. Thank you, Bhupesh. We can take some questions, sir, if audience has.
Circularity only, the recent trends, out of PNG, what you have witnessed, what really struck you?
Okay. So out of PNG, I think it is being a little bit challenging. So I have exposure to both export and local market, right? The challenge is to interpret the laws itself. So for Europe, then US, and then India, and then Australia, which I mentioned, right? So in some of the areas, it is very clear, and some of the things, it may not be. For example, I take toothbrush itself as an example. So for example, the requirement of the product is to show the head. Otherwise, suppose you don't show the head, you cannot connect to the consumer in terms of the benefits. So irrespective of whether you move from plastic to board with a window and then you laminate. So ultimately you are actually making that pack not a completely recyclable. So the way that I look is interpreting this particular laws is going to be a challenge. And it's not going to be straightforward. For example, if there is a law, whether you can able to launch, because all these are very well connected to the supply chain changes. Whether the material should be available for the commercial use and then the cost point of view also.
Yeah, and also with respect to the new trends, specifically in the testing, we just saw the power-packed AI-related presentation. So we are already, as a packaging industry, using few of the tools just to determine what will be what next will be done with respect to the testing-related things, whether it is finite element analysis that is going on from the last many years, and also that is giving us the data with respect to what will happen to our pack design. So that's how we predict. And also the healthcare industry are using some of the predictive modeling with respect to the stability study results. So they need not to depend on they need not to wait for the 6 months or 12 months for data to come. They just do the predictive analysis, whether the specific product and that specific packaging material will be stable or not. So they are getting used to that kind of technology. They are using in a good way, so that the time which is very important to launch, and also the wastage of the material, we can control at least with adapting the right technologies. And also especially in the functional testing of the packaging, so the 3D modeling is also companies are very much using, so that no need to always create the physical prototypes just to understand how my packaging will look like. And they also use the similar 3D modeling, 3D packs for the consumer testing as well. So that also they can check in the real with the real customers whether or how my pack will behave, or the acceptance level of the packaging.
Thank you, Ms. Mittal and Ms. Sastry. In fact, amongst us, the chief manager of the CPET, Dr. Kiran Kumar Uba is there. Probably he will throw some inputs also from his side, what is happening, the innovations in plastic towards the circularity. And maybe you have a question to him or he has a question to you.
No problem. I think as Shastri was telling, we should think more about the recycling, because we all know matter will change from one form to another form. That is most important, because the petroleum which we get with a lot of difficulty, I think we should use it instead of going into the bio. So our packaging should be on the recyclability. Yeah.
So I have a question to you. So, so with respect to like we are more into the application part of packaging. So what trends, especially in the packaging or processing, or specifically in the plastic, you see in the next few years?
Yeah, already AI has started. Now we have started tagging the recyclability with AI. So this is very good for the separation of the materials, and AI is very much tool is very much useful for the recycling. This is what happening now.
I have one question on the plastic waste management, which is laid down till 29, I think, right? So we have certain percentages that can be added in category 1, category 2, etc. Yes. Yes. How that look like maybe 10 years down the line? For example, 2035, how that will look like? So I'm just trying to, envisage, like, this is like adding material is like you are utilizing the current material, correct? Even still it's a plastic. It cannot be completely degraded, right? Do you have any thoughts about
it's
that?
only the circular economy. The sustainability.
Who knows, Kiran, I think the innovations are unpredictable. Yes. I think it is hard to say. We'll have to wait and watch. But once the most impossible things we all thought have become a reality today. I think anything can happen, Sastri. I think with the enterprising technocrats like you and researchers like all of you around, I think things will move forward towards a total circularity. That is what we are dreaming it and aiming for. And in the meanwhile, you keep innovating, keep working, and thanks very much for both of you. I know how busy you are in your respective jobs. Shastri at Procter & Gamble and Mittal at Bayer, the world's renowned companies. Both of you have come here to embrace us. As I told you, already I've seen around 11,000, 12,000 are watching both of you online. So it's a big benefit to all the viewers as well, apart from the physical audience here. Thank you once again very much for you. And keep connected. Next year it will be a very bigger platform. We hope to see you again. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Chakravarti garu. Thank you, CII and PackCON. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stay for a while. Pictures. Well, my friends, the most awaited. I know, actually, we are waiting at all the thousands of audience watching live. Dear friends, a good evening to all of you also, and the physical audience here in the room. And the last but not least, the most important session we kept to the last, in fact. And thanks for your patience, especially since morning, all those thousands of viewers watching this live, and the people who came all over here. And the session in the evening is the innovation ecosystem, startup scaling, future-ready talent. In a nutshell, in fact, it's more like a learning. It's more like making entrepreneurs, training them to become entrepreneurs, making them to acquire more skills in multiple areas. I'm very happy the diversified fields, people who have achieved bigger heights in their respective fields are here with us. Right from Mr. Srikanth Sinha, the Chief Executive Officer of Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge, TASK. As a moderator and chairperson, welcome you, sir, on the chair. He is going to chair this session. Round of applause for him. Dr. Srinivasu Oruganti, I think if you are there in the research field, I think he doesn't need any introduction. A champion of flow chemistry, and he's director of drills, that is Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. Thank you, sir, for coming. Welcome on the board. Dr. Jagdish Gandla is a very dynamic person. I think if you interact with him, you will get to know more and more. A German returned, out of passionate. Now he's really serving the society, helping the society by a job, of course, something like that. But definitely, he is actually serving the society than fulfilling his job. I always see, because how passionate he is, I know personally. The Chief Operating Officer of Federation of Asian Biotech Associations, Dr. Jagdish Gandla. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Anil Konreddy, I think the University of Hyderabad Life Sciences, you must be knowing, one of the best incubator, I must say. I have visited a few times. They also call me advisor. I don't know what advice I give. But the Chief Executive Officer of Aspire Bionest, Dr. Anil Konreddy. Welcome, sir. And finally, the packaging topic we cannot leave behind, because the core is that. Mr. Nataraj Nandamuru, the last 25 years is attached here with the IIP Indian Institute of Packaging, and with a vast experience in the packaging field. He is a regional head and deputy director of Indian Institute of Packaging, IIP. Welcome you, sir. And over to you, Chair. The session is yours.
A very good evening. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to be orchestrating this August panel and in front of such an August gathering that is there. To start with, I would like to thank each one of you for staying back so late. And as Chakravarti Garu said, this is a topic which is of key interest to all of us right now. The way things are happening, I think before 23 November, things were still going on fine, but all of a sudden, we were happy with our Googles of the world, we were happy with our search engines, etc. But all of a sudden, everything got disrupted, and ChatGPT came up. And then we realized that for the first time, journal purpose AI has come into picture, right? Earlier, we had natural language processing, we had so many other scientific applications of AI, but with ChatGPT coming in, it has become general purpose. Right? Anyone and everyone can start using it and solve. Should we be afraid of AI? Definitely not. It is just a tool to help us. IR 4.0 is moving to IR 5.0 and 6.0, right? Human centricity is the most important thing. Cobots, co-pilots, co-everything is now there. And that is where we are today. So how do we skill? Unfortunately, we are in I'm sure all of you would have seen a Kerala snake boat race. Have you seen that? Right? You're sitting in this way, you're rowing this way, and you're moving in that direction. Right? You are seeing whatever you have traversed and saying, oh, everything is good, all is well. Right? But we don't know what is there existing behind us, and that is what is the challenge that faces all of us today. Be it in terms of skilling, be it in terms of production, being in terms of packaging, being in terms of research, everything. And that is where I think, and I would like to compliment the organizers on organizing a seminar on this itself. I think it's very, very important because we need to change. The only person who's happy with the change is the baby who has spoiled his diaper, right? Apart from that, if anyone says you have to change, we say no, we can't change. But change is inevitable, and that's where we are today. How do we ensure that we are able to understand what the future holds and what should be done about it? And I'm fortunate here that I've been given this job of orchestrating and learning from all these experts over here. And as has been introduced by Dr. Chakravarti, who himself is an exponent on everything, and he's a lighthouse as far as skilling and other things are concerned. I'm fortunate to have known him for the last 6.5 years, ever since I've come here and started heading task. So without further ado, I think I'll jump directly into the session itself. And the panel is extremely diverse, where we have an innovation and incubation center, which is Dr. Anil Kondareddy. We have Dr. Natraj, who is from the Indian Institute of Packaging. Then we have Dr. Srinivas, who is from the Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. And of course, we have Federation of Asian Biotech Association, Dr. Jagdish. So, gentlemen, if you could take just about 2 to 3 minutes, introduce yourselves and talk about what exactly you are doing to meet the challenges thrown up right now by the changing technologies. So let me start with Dr. Anil itself. You need to switch it on.
Good evening, everybody. I am Anil. I head the Bioincubation Center called Aspire Bionest. This is located at University of Hyderabad. So Aspire Bionest is one of the largest bioincubators in the country, perhaps the largest for any university-based ecosystem. This is a part of a Section 8 company started by University of Hyderabad called Aspire. So the motto of Aspire is to to enhance the translatability of research outcomes of the faculty into a tangible products, and under which right now we have a 3 incubation center called Aspire Bionest that takes care about all life sciences related startups. We have Aspire TBI that takes care about all pharma chemistry related startups. We have a 3rd one called Tide, and this works on IT, electronics and communications. So altogether we cover almost all the areas of the deep tech innovation, and we are considered as one of the best incubation ecosystem per se in the country. And for the laurels we are DSR certified, and we were awarded by the BIRAC as one of the best emerging bioincubator in the country. And in the past 5 years, we have supported little more than 100 startups physically. For many of you, maybe 100 sounds very less, but 100 deep tech startups that were physically incubated. And many of them have moved out to set up their own manufacturing facilities. And some of them have already entered into the market with their products. So thank you, CII and Dr. Chakravarti Garu, for inviting me and making part of this August team. Looking forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Jagdish.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jagdish. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of 2 organizations. One is called Federation of Asian Biotech Association. If you know how Hyderabad has evolved in biotech, like you see Genome Valley and everything, right? There was one organization behind with BioAsia and other things. It's our organization, Federation of Asian Biotech Association. It started 21 years back. It used to organize BioAsia. Now it is completely Telangana government handholded. It is taking care of it. But right now what we do is that we work in 3 segments. One is policy making. You all have seen COVID pandemic, and there's going to be other pandemic that you should be prepared for. It's called antimicrobial resistance, where we take like peppermints antibiotics whenever we have cold or something, right? Or chickens, fish, everything, we feed antibiotics because we want them to sustain and make business out of it. but indirectly we are going to encounter that. So we are working with governments how to deal with it, one of the policy. And any other policy, like how to deal with AI in pharma, life sciences, or regulatory reforms, we work in that. That's one of the segment. And the second segment is academy. I mean, if you look at all the industry, there's a lot of skill gap. I mean, we get a lot of requests. Can I hire like 100 QA, QC personnel? Or otherwise, can I hire a CEO for my R&D manufacturing plant? And when you screen them, there's not that much of talent that is available. We have a lot of students, a lot of people who are coming out from the colleges, but unfortunately, they are not skilled. That's where we are helping. We built an institute in the sense like an idea. It's called FABA Academy, Federation of Asian Biotech Association Academy, where we train students on futuristic skills, like how to do laboratory management, like skills, hard skills, soft skills, and we try to provide them employment. And so far, we have trained over 30,000 individuals from past 5 years. We also work with industries. Within the industry also, we train them like how to use their data for, let's say, making new antibiotics or new vaccines. That's one second wing. And the third wing, which is my core, is FABA entrepreneurship. And the entrepreneurship, where we took a major challenge. I mean, if you see, Indian government is very proud that there are 10,000 companies, 15,000 companies, 20,000 companies, that the startups that have come out because of government's help. But if you have seen last week or before week news, 11,000 startups, especially in life sciences, have shut down. Why? There's no ecosystem. I mean, we are proud building incubators. I mean, his is one of the best incubator in the country. But the incubation, once the incubation is over, or especially the government support gets over, there's nobody. I mean, we are proud of having pharma and biotech capital, right? But which pharma or biotech is going and investing in startups, which is actually looking into innovation? That's why we built an instrument called Whale Tank, like Shark Tank, where whales are bigger fishes, and patient capital. And we work with several venture capitalists from all over the world and project them the Indian good biotech companies, which are sourced from all over the India, and help them to get investment. And we provide regulatory landscape, we provide mentoring. We also have a manufacturing site in Genome Valley. So I think my Professor Redana was there in the morning today. He might have explained you about Whale Tank. So on November 14th, we have this big session where around 75 startups, which are sourced from all over the India, will be presenting their innovation to venture capitalists at Indian School of Business on November 14th. If somebody is interested in innovation, please contact me. So this is where we work. We are here to bridge the gap between industry, academia, and government through policy making, through skill development, and through entrepreneurship. That's what I do. Thanks.
Wonderful. Dr. Srinivas, over to you, sir.
So in the first place, I should thank Chakravarti Garu and also CII for having me here. I kind of wondered, how do I emphasize innovation in a packaging-centric meeting? Then I realized the end goal of any good innovation, especially in pharma and life sciences, is to reach a milestone where it can be packaged. So that's kind of a hallmark of the thing that we have crossed that line. We will be entering into the society and entering the the end users. So yeah, so myself, I'm the director of an institute called Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences, which is a very unique institution. It was set up under the visionary leadership of Dr. Kalamanji Reddy in 2004 and Shri Chandrababu Naidu. The whole idea was to support the innovation and ecosystem in the state and around the state. And as you know, pharma was something that has been a very powerful area in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And in the early 2000s, there was a lot of need for us to not only come up with improving the generics in terms of also coming up with patent IP-free processes, because we were signatory to the patent treaty. And at the same time, there was a lot of emphasis on looking at indigenous, India-centric health problems and come up with indigenous drug discovery. So it was at that point of time that this institute was set up. We are located in the University of Hyderabad campus. Now Government of Telangana, University, and Dr. Reddy's are the three partners for this institute. Little bit about the institute. We focus a lot in working with the pharma companies, especially in the area of process chemistry, because today's drugs are no longer paracetamol or naproxen. They're way too complex. So we do work in terms of coming up with improved processes, sustainable processes, creating IP. We also at the same time work on certain disease areas like Jagdish was mentioning, in looking at new druggable targets and how do we tackle in the area of antimicrobial resistance. But the other thing that we have started is in the context of genetic diseases, rare diseases. As you see, India with the 1.4 billion, even 2 patients in 1,000 is no longer rare. So we have been focusing a lot on building the models, understanding the disease biology, understanding how from a gene to the eventual phenotype it happens, working with clinicians. So there's a lot of innovation areas that we have been looking at. One area maybe I'll try to touch upon sometime later is in the context of the pharma industry, while the research and innovation has been happening at a very rapid pace, the manufacturing has somewhat been rather obsolete. It's been a bit archaic. The same reactors are being used more or less for the past 100 years. So we are looking at new modernization, more efficiency. How do we manufacture or develop processes that can translate from lab to manufacturing in a seamless manner? And that's where, as Chakravarti Garu mentioned, I have been championing the area of flow chemistry. So there is a flow chemistry technology hub that was set up with support from Government of Telangana,
Right.
Dr. Reddy's and Loris Labs. So all of them have come together, a bit modeled along what is there right now in UK in terms of technology creation hubs. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Over to you, Dr. Nataraj.
Very good evening. First of all, I would like to thank CCI, Mr. Daniel, and I would like to mention a special thanks to my Guru Garu, Chakravarti AVPS Garu, because I know for the last 25 years he was shaping me, not only me, my center, IIP Hyderabad Center, when I was the first person to start this center in 2001. I was alone. Then the day 3, he has joined. In fact, they were the instrument to bring this center here. So not only that, finding out the right experts from the industries to form a regional committee. So my present chairman, Mr. Shankar Patel, is there. He's a managing partner of Sri Shakti Timbers. RC member, Mr. Chandi Prasad, they are all experts. They come together. The connectivity between the industries and the institute, keeping alive and taking them. And my students are there behind, and some of alumni are also there. Our main activities of IIP is testing and evaluation of various packaging materials. What you are seeing, discussion is going on in 2 days. Then IIP is the competent authority to issue the dangerous goods certification for the companies who are exporting their products from India to other countries. One of this is bulk drugs or batteries. Nowadays, batteries are also going up. The other activities we are into the education field. So IIP Hyderabad, IIP was conducting a postgraduate diploma, which is very, very super. Its 40th batch was starting in Calcutta. Other centers. Now Hyderabad has gone a step ahead. It's the only course in IIP where we started Master of Science in Packaging Technology, which is equivalent to MTech in Packaging, collaborated with Jawaharlal Technological University, next to School of Michigan, I believe, right? So 6th batch is going to commence by next 5th batch. So far completed very well. And the other activities, we are into consultations, give services to various industries, food and pharma, and any other industries here. Then we are into conducting various training programs, seminars, conferences and all. By the way, when I was telling conference in the month of January, we are coming up with a very good conference on sustainable innovative techniques in agri and agri-based seeds, seeds and feed packaging. And followed by, we are coming up a conference in the dairy and dairy products. Then in the February, we are just, we may be coming up with, medical devices. So, and this November 15th, we are having a small program for the down level startups, self-help group women in Vizag. So many programs we are doing for the self-help also to.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Just a quick question. How many of you know about TASK? Can I see a show of hands? Couple of you. Okay, so I'll take a very quick 30 seconds helicopter overview of what TASK is about. 2004, we were set up as Institution for Electronic Governance by the then government. Then it was called as Jawahar Nehru Knowledge Centers. In 2014, they did a survey of about 1,400 organizations here, only to realize that less than 10% locals were employed, and the people who were employed are not matching up to the expectations of the industry. So we were created with a focus on employability for, skilling for employability was the main thing. I was fortunate when I moved out of NASCOM Foundation as the CEO, I was headhunted for this profile. And ever since that time, we have looked at our mission being democratizing opportunities. And how do we do that? It's skilling for employability, providing the right, ready, trained resources as, when, where a corporate wants them. And the third is creating an innovation and entrepreneurial mindset. So that's what the agenda is. We have skilled, ever since we became task, more than 10,53,000 students. We work with 770 colleges, including 58 pharma colleges, all degree, life sciences, etc. colleges over here. All the tribal welfare, social welfare, all these colleges are part of us. All the polytechnics are part of us. All the engineering colleges are part of task itself. And we also look at not only skilling students, but faculty members also. And we have run programs on vaccine skill development way back in 2019 and 20. At that time, we have done that along with Bharat Biotech, Shanta Biotech, etc., then Shanta Biotech. But yes, we have done programs with all of them also. And we run programs on QA, QC, etc., the standard. But we would like to mention over here, any one of you would like resources. More than 800 companies advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal. I invite you to have a look at our portal, and in case if you feel that you are looking at resources, we'll be happy to work with you and provide you the resources. Coming back to the discussions over here, let me move on to you, Dr. Anil. Now, when you're talking about innovation, incubation, typically these words haven't been heard in life sciences, pharma, and these kinds of industry. Typically, we talk about IT and those kind of things, right? Silicon Valley was there, all that thing. Help me understand, what is the ecosystem of innovation and incubation in this space? Of course, we have two of them here, but more about what exactly happens there. What do you do? What are the skills that you look at?
Yes, sir. Incubation in the life sciences space, especially in the biotechnology pharma space, has been very minimal until past a decade. So it's when the government started programs like BIRAC, BioNest, and TBI, Technology Business Incubators, under NSTDB of a government of India's Department of Science and Technology. So these are the two flagship schemes that offer educational institutes to establish an incubation centers. And they're in general sector agnostic, but BIRAC generally proposes anything related to human wellness. It could be healthcare, agriculture, or even they support IT also. So why there is a less presence of this? Because these are deep tech areas. You need very expensive equipment and trained manpower to run the show, and a pool of mentors who can guide the people who come with just an idea, very nascent idea. So handhold them until they make that idea into technology. So this was not there. This was not the case earlier, but with establishing these entities and slowly adding a lot of incubation centers in the India perspective. We have more than 600 incubation centers all over India. But if you look into this space, life sciences space, maybe 30, 40, not more than that. So because this itself says that the quantum is very less. The reason being, I said, it is very expensive to set up, not only set up, but running. You could imagine even a small equipment. I mean, many of you are coming from the pharma. A small equipment in the R&D scale, you would have to spend somewhere around 20, 30 lakhs. And the half-life being only 3-4 years, and maintenance cost is very significant, right? So if you have such a setup and you're not expecting any profit to generate out of the equipment, then it becomes very difficult for the entities to run the show. So just because we were in the University of Hyderabad and university was very generous to give us a good quality space, so we are in this position today. So the BIRAC gave us a good amount of money to set up this BioNest. Then University of Hyderabad gave us lab, civil structure created. And then we kick-started in 2017. We were inaugurated in 2018 by Professor G. Padmanabhan. Then in the initial days, it was very low. The turnout, as you mentioned. So people were not aware that such an incubation centers are existing for the pharma space,
right.
a life sciences space.
Right.
And slowly, fortunately or unfortunately, we never had an opportunity to advertise ourselves. So the people like all of you who visit us, so they tell about us outside, so people come on their own. And for the past 3 years, we are running with 100% occupancy. We don't have a space. So if somebody is coming for a new space, they'll have to wait for quite some time. And we give initially for 3 years and followed by 2 more years of extension. Okay. Because in the life science space, we can't expect overnight results. The persistency is very much required. That's where we give initially for 3 years of space, 3 years of incubation space followed by extension. And our rejection rate also was quite high. At some point of time, we were rejecting 60% of the applications. But still, we are doing good. And for this matter, Hyderabad is, again, a hub of bio-incubation centers. You name IKP, you name AAC, CCMB, you name us. And we have one in Naipur, and we have one in Lelvi Prasada Institute. And I think Hyderabad is the city with the largest number of bio-incubation centers over India. And even if you look into the funding by BIRAC, I think Hyderabad has more bio-ness when you compare to any part of India, including Delhi. So coming back to the initial thing, like when startup come, what we offer is we provide a plug and play leasable lab space with access to all the equipment. When I say all the equipment, we do have a limitation. We may not have every equipment a startup required, but advantage being that we are staying, we are within the University of Hyderabad ecosystem. By then the management gave us an edge that any of the startup that is incubated under Aspire incubation ecosystem, so they could access any of the equipment that is available within the University of Hyderabad by paying a very nominal. So that becomes very advantageous for us, not only the equipment access, but otherwise you become a part of the university intranet where you could access to hundreds of thousands of subscribed journals, free internet and whatnot. It is almost like a faculty member enjoying the university facilities. Being a startup, you would also enjoy the same privileges. So that becomes a very advantageous for us, and we are also sitting in a very renowned building called School of Life Sciences where 70 plus faculty are sitting. You name any corner in the biology, you'll find at least one faculty working on the particular thing. So that becomes easy both for us and for also the startups who come to us. So if they have any issue while they execute their tasks, if they have any problem, and we could easily connect with a faculty member who could help them. So that becomes another advantage for us. So these are some of the reasons for us being one of the best incubator. And also, I quote, majority of the contribution comes from the University of Hyderabad. And people like Dr. Srinivas Oruganti, we have a very elite member of elite panel of directors and advisors, so who guide us on day-to-day basis how to go and what to add. And we keep evolving. It didn't happen in overnight, and over the time of 8 years, we are in this stage. And this is also worth noting that we have been helping a lot of Tier 2, Tier 3 institute to set up their own incubation centers.
Wonderful. Yes. Wonderful. I think you're talking about democratizing opportunity, then that's what it is. I think we need to reach out to the people who are underserved and then give them an opportunity because they are as bright as anyone else.
Yes,
and that's important.
Yeah, we have helped more than 20 Tier 2 institutes to set up their own incubation centers.
Wonderful. Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. I think that deserves a clap. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Jagdishan, now we have understood the incubation, etc. I would like to understand the acceleration process, right? You spoke about the 14th August, the whale thing. But apart from that, what are the other avenues that exist today where startups are encouraged and they are funded, etc.? Also, I think what is important for us to understand today, and when I go to a technical school and I say, okay, I want you to create a solution, what they would do is use an Arduino board or a Raspberry Pi, put a couple of IoT sensors, right? If it is something moving, they will put some smart motors, print some 3D parts, put it. Now the solution is ready. They will start going and looking out what it can solve, right? So help us understand the acceleration process, the funding process, and of course, I don't think everyone would be ready to go into incubators right from day one. And when we were discussing, you spoke to me about the FABA Academy. So help us understand that also.
It's a very complicated question, sir. I need to think. So, as far as I see, I'm talking mostly only about life sciences sector.
Sure, absolutely.
Because if you look at Swiggy's and Zomato's, that don't fall into our domain, and moreover, their acceleration is different. As far as I see, India doesn't have proper acceleration support at all for the life sciences. So incubators, there are no accelerators. They're not built, or maybe they're still not in the thought process of the government. Some companies who are actually getting succeeded in biotech space, when I analyze with my own intuition, what I see is that they are reinventing. Like, they mobilize their network,
right.
Mainly the network, who have access to. If, for example, I went to one of the incubators recently in Tirupati. If you look at the quality of startups there and who they have access to, and if I compare the same kind of companies here in Hyderabad, the network is completely different in Hyderabad. Even in Bhubaneswar, I was there. So those guys, they're trying to do something cutting edge, like RNA medicine or something, but the ecosystem doesn't exist. And many of these companies, they die. They just fall out, and it's very difficult.
Ask them to shift to Hyderabad.
So there's like, it's complicated again, there's so many things. They do come, and we had UK delegation. So there was this panel before, right? So they're also trying to do a couple of programs. I really don't know, no acceleration exists. So we have to build programs. For example, my background is that I come from European Union. So I worked for European Union, and we had a proper accelerator program where if somebody, an incubatee comes, we had Go Global, we had a couple of mentors where startups will be, we used to invest 300,000 euros on one mentor, which is maybe 3 crores or something on one mentor, and we asked that mentor to take them to become unicorn. Can I build such programs? Does India has that programs? We don't have yet. I think maybe that's where we are trying to build through Well Tank. So in Well Tank, what we have tried so far is that investment is something that we are trying to crack first, and we also built a manufacturing site. If some incubatee finishes their 5 years tenure, and moreover, the incubator, they have limitations of space and the rent and everything. We built a manufacturing site where it's again plug and play. They can come, manufacture, we help them out in business, we help them out in mentoring. So it's like a unique model that in India has not seen yet. We are trying to build, but it's very capital intensive. Very, very capital intensive, because a simple machine may cost a couple of crores, a manufacturing plant, a regulatory, understanding this clinical trials and everything. It's so expensive. We took the bet. We took a bold bet. A couple of investors are got convinced and trying to invest. But it's a long journey, sir. Long journey. We are talking biotech acceleration. It's going to be very difficult. Government is trying its best. People like us are trying our best. But any student who is thinking of a clinical regulatory driven product or something, it's a journey that they have to take, and it's a very difficult journey. Yeah.
No, I agree with you completely. In fact, one of the biggest challenges that we are facing in our pharma colleges, I'm not able to take them to the pharma industry because of your FDA norms and other norms, where everything is proprietary, everything is undercover, etc. So how do our students get access to that? And that is one of the challenges that we are also facing. But thanks for bringing up that point. I think it's important, and if ever a report comes out of this conference, I think we need to mention that we have to have some acceleration program. And I think Department of Biotechnology, I used to give them training way back in 1988, 89. So it has been into existence so long, and still we don't have an acceleration is something that we need to think about.
At least structured or
structured, yes, yeah. Of course. It's important. And I think, so coming from that perspective, Dr. Srinivas, let me move on to you. So innovation is happening in life sciences. We have seen the result, over here, Hyderabad is proud that we have Bharat Biotech, which came up with the first vaccine. 40% of global vaccines are manufactured over here, 33% of bulk drugs. Help me understand, what is the focus area for these innovation center, especially in life sciences. Also, if you could throw some light on the role of sustainability, ethics, etc. over there, because with AI coming in today, everyone is using AI, correct? So help me understand also the technology angle also over there. Sorry, it's a long question with too many.
No, I think the future is generally very complex, right?
Correct.
So let me take the example of the need to innovate. One classic example that I have followed is Eastman Kodak, which was one of the most happening companies out there, and then they just went away because they didn't want to shift from a film to a digital. But thankfully, our Indian companies in the pharma and the life sciences space are certainly much more intelligent, much more well-informed. So there are two things I just want to summarize. As Chakravarti Garu mentioned, and you also mentioned the numbers, like we are certainly known for the generics. We're also known for the vaccines, 30%. Hyderabad itself contributes. But what is very important is there was an article sometime, I don't remember the year, 2017-18, in a journal called ChemMedChem, where there's a significant portion of medicines that are getting drugs, NCs, new chemical entities that are getting approved by the FDA or EMA, they are actually happening from the CDMOs in India. So CRO and CDMO infrastructure has contributed to a global acceleration in the number of products that are eventually getting developed. And if you see and trace the data in the last decade or two, or especially in the last 15 years, we have seen medicines first in class for a variety of indications which never had a cure or a therapy later.
Right.
And I think it's a proud moment that India has created the service-driven infrastructure, both at the research as well as at the manufacturing, which has catered to it. Having said this, yes, certainly on completely end-to-end innovation, indigenous drugs, because they're all driven more by the cost of clinical trials, we have been a bit on the back foot. But the Indian government has also looked at India-centric innovation. ICMR is putting a lot of efforts on amplifying the clinical trial, the ecosystem in the country, which would hopefully in the coming years see some lot of indigenous drugs, just like Bharat Biotech's vaccine. We can see also some drugs, new medicines coming here. I just want to highlight on two words. One is precision and the other is personalization. If you see in the last decade, a lot of medicines for very specific patients with a certain genetic mutation are being kind of approved, right? They are very precise and they are targeted at a very specific level. Because the entire concept of medicine is changing from treating a peripheral symptom. We are now looking into identifying the root cause and then identifying the protein or enzyme, inhibit it or, amplify its activity to reduce. But now things are changing much more. One wants to even cure at a genetic level. They want to use some gene editing like CRISPR or look at some gene therapy. We have seen that Novartis drug for SMA, where you're trying to kind of correct the thing at a very fundamental level. So the paradigms are shifting, and there is a lot of transition happening in the innovation ecosystem in the life sciences in India, focusing more on the CDMO approach to support such innovation. But as you can see, one of the most happening news is the indigenous CAR T therapy, again for cancer, which has come from a startup in IIT Bombay. Rahul Pawar, he also got an award in the FABA meeting last time for innovation. Right. So I think a lot is happening on that. And since one of the drivers for this, I feel, is deep science, our ability to bring back a lot of talent from abroad, and also our educational systems are catering to a lot of innovation. We have more PhDs, high quality, working at the cutting edge. But the level of instrument intensive, Indian pharma has some of the most expensive instrument. No longer is like you have to wait for a few days, everything happens in seconds. But the third, I think, is probably the main game changer would be the use of AI, machine learning, all the, maybe the deep neural network based approaches and all that. Why? Because it's able to identify those things which are previously not treatable. There are something called undruggable targets, something that we thought we cannot touch, but now we can touch. A simple case of Google's AlphaFold. Usually we have to know the structure of a protein to develop a molecule which can bind and inhibit it. But when you don't know the structure of a protein, what do we do? But if you look at AlphaFold, it can even speculate and give the potential structure of a protein, which gives us a working point, right? So there's a lot of integration happening in terms of AI and all these things. But the bigger challenge right now is we can be more efficient in what we do.
Right.
But the question is, are we going to be more sustainable in what we do? I heard Chakravarti Garu emphasizing the circular economy, circularity, net zeros, but circularity is a very important aspect. And building it by design would require a lot of new technologies and doing some kind of a life cycle assessment much before even a technology is commercialized.
Right.
And that would require a lot of data, a lot of new ways of thinking, data crunching and algorithms. I think with the onset of all these very powerful natural language models and others, I guess it's moving. Previously, we used to have a CSO in each company. I think now, literally every company that I meet in India, they have a chief CIO, information officer, with a bracket AI, ML. So it's something that is happening. I think we are moving in the right direction. What I see, Dr. Sinha, is like, I think the boundaries between different industries is coming together. The best practices from a semiconductor industry may be adopted in a pharma, and perhaps vice versa from other areas. So this is where the trends are happening, and it's quite competitive out there.
Absolutely. I think very interesting point you ended on. And if you look at NEP also, we are talking interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary, multidisciplinary. I think that's where we need to move. And you're absolutely right. In fact, if I had a crystal ball and I was gazing at it, I would have said, like earlier there used to be an EDP department in every user industry. Now you'll have an AI and technology department in every user industry, right? So technology is going to be part of everything. That's absolutely there. Now, just on sustainability, right? I think that's a big thing that we need to focus on, right? I think when we talk about even the number crunching that happens, and second is data. During our day and age, when we used to do programming, there used to be a concept of GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, gold in, gold out. So do we have that data? Because one thing which one of my students, we run a program on innovation and entrepreneurship, which is called as numeric 4TY, Innovation for Telangana Youth. This is, anyone can log in and sign on. This is a virtual program. So one of the persons in that program was looking at, normally the cattle, etc., when they are roaming around in field, you don't know when a spider or a snake, which is poisonous, bites them, right? The farmer would never understand that. So he was looking at IoT-based sensors, etc., to monitor the entire health, etc., of the cattle, so that the milk may not go to the market. And it was coming from that perspective also. But the point was there was no data available, right? All the veterinary hospitals, etc., never had any records of all these things. So I think that becomes a major challenge. But of course, we are saying 15 years of records are available and that can be used. So I think that'll be wonderful.
I think across all the functions, there's a lot of data integration that's happening. Again, sustainability to me, I see it as also a very perspective driven, because ESG is one way of looking at it, energy is one way of looking at it. But as a chemist, as a manufacturing, we look at what are the solvents or the reagents or what do we use, and in terms of what will be the environmental impact, how much of it can be minimized, how much of it can be traced, and so that you don't have any inadvertent thing into the atmosphere. And most of it, I think, is all boiling down to using the data to go back fundamentally to the right design. Fantastic. So that we can get it first time right. I think that's where it is. I think on the digital health part, what you just mentioned, and also a classic case of example where people who were exposed to the asbestos dust or during mining, correct, they were all diagnosed as potential tuberculosis patients. But at the root cause, one could differentiate, and there is also this remote way of analysis.
Right.
I think these models are really going to support, and we'll have to kind of use it intelligently and appropriately going forward.
Fantastic. Moving to you, Mr. Nataraj, I think all the innovation, etc., will bring the right kind of things to the market. And what we have been seeing is, of course, earlier we were talking about 20%, 25%, in fact, a couple of years ago. If I remember correctly, my NASCOM days, we used to look at drugs were fake, right? Today, if we look at it, a couple of drugs which were being manufactured, which were not, the proper drugs, those brands started putting in QR codes. If we look at the packaging, I think that plays a key part, right? While the doctor recommends the medicine, I think somewhere it also depends on the packaging, etc., that it reaches the people safe and everything else. So help us understand what is the innovation that is happening in packaging industry, point number one. And point number two is, how are you keeping pace with all these changes that are happening frequently?
Well, sir, the first answer that packaging sector is evolving with intelligent and eco-friendly solutions to enhance sustainability and meeting the consumer demands or challenges or whatever it is. And with the help of using the Internet of Packaging, active packaging, nanotechnology, nowadays edible packaging is coming, recyclable, all these biodegradable materials like options and all. The second one, the technologies, as rightly he said that the AI-driven designs in packaging also is now picking up very fast. Then smart sensors, 3D printing, then robotic packaging, automations, streamline operations, reduce cost to address challenges which is rising from packaging waste, now online shipping and all. So this is the technology AI is coming in this field very fastly in the packaging field also.
Okay. It is interesting that you mentioned that because I was surprised that Multivac has set up a GDC over here. Yeah, GCC over here. They have set up that thing recently over here, just so that they can actually analyze the data that is coming in and what are the fault tolerant systems they can create in their packaging machines and everything else. So I think this industry also is moving in that direction. Of course, healthcare, life sciences is the first place where AI had been used earlier also. When I used to teach AI way back in 92, 93, sorry, that'll help you understand what my age is, but still, when I used to teach that at that time, it used to be artificial intelligence and machine and expert system instead of machine learning. It was expert systems, and what we used to do is capture the explicit knowledge and the tacit knowledge of experts. Explicit knowledge was very simple. You put a thermometer in your mouth. If the temperature is more than 98.6, you have fever, right? Which still is a rule that is there. Tacit knowledge used to be the gut feel, where he used to put his fingers on your pulse and then say, okay, you've got an upset stomach. Probably he also didn't know what it was. What we are establishing through data right now, and that's where we are. So I think the more accurate our data is, the more collaborative our data is, the more available the data is, I think better it will be for everyone, right? So on that note, I would like to throw the floor open for questions. Any questions to this August panel, please?
Okay. The people. Yeah. Just now I saw, it's a little dip, but still it's 9,000 people watching you, all the people.
Wow.
And it's a wonderful panel.
Thanks.
I could not have asked more.
So I will just take one more question to all of them, right? In 3 words, if you have to describe the future, right? What will be those 3 words? It's a fire round.
Better packaging, better living.
Fantastic. Dr. Srinivas. We go this way now.
Okay, but this way?
Yeah.
I think the 3 words would be on humans, sustainability, and environment. I think
wonderful.
These are the 3 have to be
Perfect.
taken care.
Very nice. Dr. Jagdish.
I don't know, sir. I think happiness is one thing that we really have to struggle, because with the disruption of our minds, with outsourcing our brain to the computers and the AI, I see that we are all headed to Parkinson's, dementias, and everything. And so your brain health, extremely important for happiness. And then, of course, environment, sustainability, taking care of your plants, animals, living together with them through one health approach. So one health and happiness. And other one is, I think that's enough, sir.
Okay.
Feasibility, sustainability, and scalability.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I think this completely summarizes the entire discussion, because I think technology is here to stay. We have to use it to our benefit, so that, of course, the two frontiers that everyone is trying to push in life sciences, one is increase the age of human life. You have technology where they go inside your body as capsules, go treat cancers, and they get ejected, right? India also, in fact, I believe AIG hospital already has that technology here. The second one is, of course, coming down to the 100-day period. From 15 years of vaccine development, how do you make that happen in 100 days? So I think we are going to live in, as Confucius used to say, may you live in interesting times. Times can't be more interesting than what we are today. It's how we are able to take the challenges and solve them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for such a patient listening. And I think the entire August panel over here deserves a round of applause. Over to you, Dr. Chakravarti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, the trainer of trainers, I can say. And what a wonderful panel to conclude. And what a wonderful concluding thoughts also from each of you. A great learning from you all. I think this goes miles in the future. And it's also recorded for your information. You all can have the recorded one, the entire conversation. You can also share with your friends. And what a great feeling. We come to the fag end concluding day. And all my dear audience watching on live, for you especially, I think since yesterday, some people are continuously watching these 2 days. Okay, that's the advantage of disadvantage. Otherwise, all of you would have been here in the hall. The hall would not have been enough. So more than it touched a peak of 14,000 at one stage. And on average, it is 10K. It was doing 7, 8K. And all the 150 people who registered and who came, a big round of applause to you all. Well, I don't think any concluding remarks, but as you all know, I think the CII TG-PackCON, the powered by CII Telangana. 5 years back, we started a very small way, and it transformed into a major event. Now it's looking to the economical growth driver in multiple verticals. It really proved to its theme and philosophy, which was mentored by our former chairman, Anil Epurgaru, the regional chairman, and all our past chairman and the current chairman and vice chairman and the entire team of CII and CII Secretariat, especially Daniel Judge and the entire team who helped this to happen this in a way. And it's truly helpful. Log into LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn CII TG-PackCON has a handle also. So when you go back, you have fond memories, and all these are recorded and wonderful. It can be a book for learning. These 2 days deliberations, we're going to share with you on the social media platforms. You also can share in multiple ways so that it will have a more reach. And don't forget to tag hashtag CII Telangana, hashtag CII TG-PackCON. And there are 74 speakers since yesterday. I think it's a record in CII TG-PackCON so far. A round of applause to all of them. In fact, I'm so thankful to everyone and the august audience sharing your wealth of wisdom to each other and multiple sessions. I think, yeah, it's a little emotional to conclude any such event, but it's a long story. It's never ended. We keep connected, we stay connected, and it doesn't end here today. And in the multiple verticals, in fact, the CII is hosting a multiple excellence, center of excellences, especially the flagship of CII Telangana in the several task forces in energy, water, skill development, HR, education, environment, so many things. Manufacturing excellence, that's a one of the biggest advantage of CII Telangana. So multiple verticals they are working upon. Stay connected. And if you are not a member of CII, please do. It's easy to connect with us. And it's a wonderful platform. We have more than 9,500 well-versed industry members in CII. And it's one of the world's largest multiple country present industry organization. So stay connected to CII. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much once again. Daniel, I want all the CI people. Pravalika undi kada? Ajay వెళ్ళిపోయాడు కదా? ఎవరున్నారు? నిర్మల్ ఉన్నాడా? గణేష్ ఉన్నాడా? ముగ్గురు ఉన్నావా? ఓకే చాలు మనం ఇద్దరం ఫోటో. Of course, he is also a member of CI. My company. Rakshita, can you come on stage for a picture? Who really developed all the, along with her team, the creatives of the backgrounds, everything, the theme. A round of applause to the young lady, 20 years old. We'll take a picture.
Thank you, sir.
Not easy. Thank you. Daniel, yeah, nice to meet you. Your phone.